Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our 2025 City of Pembroke Budget Deliberations, Day Number 1. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I would like everyone, as we're going to read the Pembroke Land Acknowledgement Statement now. As we gather today, I would respectfully acknowledge, on behalf of Council and the community, that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. Do we have any disclosure of pecuniary interests and general nature thereof? Seeing none, I would welcome a message from our Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we all gather today to review and work our way through Budget 2025. As we all know, having received our packages, that we're starting at a benchmark of nearly 11% increase. So as we work our way through it, that's what we're looking at. Every budget is no different in the sense that we have to diligently work our way through it and try to do our best to make it manageable, but yet sustain quality of services that are provided to the community. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge all the staff, and so it's the staff that are mentioned in our draft budget package, but it's all the staff that come together to work on this budget process for months and months and months. It's clearly, when you look at the package, it wasn't arrived at very in an aloof fashion, and certainly wasn't done so in an extremely expedient matter. It was trying to diligently, methodically work their way through the budget process and present what we have in front of us, and we will work our way through it as we have done year after year. I'm going to say this now, and I'll end up saying it at the end of the budget process, is that whatever we arrive at will be the percentage that our ratepayers end up paying. And I say that because lower tier municipalities, the public seems to continually get it wrong and thinks that when the lower tier municipality says a certain percentage, that is what the increase is. But no, it's also the upper tier County of Renfrew has a percentage that's added onto that. So ours is a one number, theirs is a two number scenario. And so I just remind individuals of that. And just as we work our way through it, being mindful, I imagine we all get phone calls from different ratepayers. I had one in the last 2 months where she's choosing whether to pay taxes or to put food on the table for her 4 kids. So I had a very tough conversation with her, and I'm aware of that. And so I'm aware of that when we work our way through and we're looking at new initiatives like transit, and we're aware of new requests for staffing, that we have to try and come up with a budget that works hopefully for everyone. So I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and with that I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. I just want to echo what the mayor said. I want to name the actual Treasury staff who've been working diligently and very hard on the budget and other projects like asset management and transit. Angela Lodgety, Marcia Hawthorne, Jennifer Belair, and Ashley Perrier, we thank you very much for all your dedication and hard work, and we truly appreciate it. So with that said, I'd like to hand it over to our treasurer, Ms. Lodgety.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 1 of the 2025 draft budget. We're going to handle the presentation of the budget a little differently this year. So as the budget lead, I'll provide some overview of the budget, as well as go through the line-by-line sections for Treasury, admin, planning, and recreation. Marcia Hawthorne, my deputy treasurer, will be presenting the operations budget. So that's roads, water, sewer. Jennifer Belair, our financial planning analyst responsible for asset management in the city, will be reviewing the capital budget. And as always, we have to thank Ashley Perrier, who coordinates our budget behind the scenes so diligently every year and is our recording secretary today. So thank you to the team. So as mentioned, the 2025 budget critical path, it's a long road to get here. So this year's process started at the beginning of August this year, where department heads prepare budgets in consultation with staff and incorporating any public feedback they have received throughout the year. In October and November, this budget is reviewed by Dave Unruh, our CIO, myself, as well as the committee chairs. We are now in the deliberation phase of the budget. So we have 2 full days planned today and tomorrow. We will be holding a public meeting on January 14th, and then having a follow-up day 3 deliberation meeting on January 16th. And we will be formally adopting the budget in February. So as mentioned, this is the timeline. It is complicated a little bit this year by transit. The RFP for an on-demand transit service is closed. We are in the evaluation phase of this RFP. So we will be bringing that award and any related budget update to the January 21st meeting of council, where that will, I guess, ultimately be decided if we're moving forward with a pilot project or not. But excluding transit, we are looking to be in a position, to know what the rest of our budget is going to look like by January 16th of 2025. And that is a little earlier. So normally we do this process in January. We have brought it back into December, in line with some of the better best practices across Ontario. So in terms of an agenda for today, we are looking to take our first break around 10:30, have lunch at 12, our second break around 1:45, and then adjourn by 3 o'clock. And in terms of a meeting protocol, just a reminder that any changes, any discussion items have to be formally moved and seconded through formal motions. And then any line item budget changes, either additions or deletions, can be discussed. So in terms of the 2025 draft budget highlights, so just a reminder, overall, the draft budget reflects a 10.98% levy increase after growth of about $153,000. CPI right now is sitting at 2.2%, so we're certainly seeing a cooling off period in the market. And a 1% levy increase is equal to roughly $250,000 and change. So a 2% levy increase would be a budget increase of about $500,000. So as was circulated last week, there are a number of drivers behind our draft budget increase. 10.98% starting point is quite heavy as compared to previous years. So we do have some pricing changes, which include cost of living adjustments to our salary, benefit cost increases, as well as the revised OPP contract, driving budget increase in the neighborhood of $800,000. There are a number of infrastructure requests, not only related to the implementation of capital projects in 2025, but also looking at trying to improve how much money we put towards life cycle maintenance and repair activities to try to extend the useful life of our assets, as well as looking at the contributions we make to reserves to ensure that the money is going to be there when we need it and we don't need to rely so much on debt. There are a number of staffing and partnership requests that we'll review as we go through each department's budget. Several studies have been requested, totaling $180,000. And we do plan to spend about $100,000 in 2025, contributing to some of our local social issues, which include homelessness and the warming center. So we actually have some good news in terms of shared services. I was able to talk to Daniel at the county beginning of last week. So a breakdown of the major shared service costs are listed here. As was explained to me, provincial funding for a number of county programs always lags behind. So provincial funding is based on previous year spend. So because spending increased last year, some of that provincial funding is now catching up with this new level of spend. So this is going to reduce the amount of money that the city needs to contribute to the county for some of these shared services in 2025, provided nothing changes between here and the passing of their budget in early Q1 of next year. So we do expect a reduction in the city contribution of about $400,000. Our OPP contract is increasing though, so in total, looking at the county, the health unit, our warming center, and the OPP, the net decrease is about $155,000. So now we turn to our draft operating budgets. So over the next few slides is essentially a summary comparing the 2024 budget to the 2025 budget. We will be going through each of these budgets in the next, over the next day. Again, in total, we're seeing the budget requests increasing our costs by about $2.7 million. And we will go through some of the major drivers of that in each department's budget. So we'll start today on the taxation budget. So if you want to go to your detailed package, that is, you can find that on page 6. So because we're doing our budgets a little earlier this year, we don't have some of the growth reports that I have from our property tax software. So I do expect to have that more towards the end of December. So in that January 16th meeting, I will be able to present a better growth report generated from that system. Right now, growth, we have growth of about 150 some odd dollars contributing to this year's expenses. And again, I will provide some growth reports from our tax rate software once that's updated at the end of December. In terms of council budget, the council pay cost of living increase isn't finalized yet. It's based on the CPI increase for November, which isn't available until the back half of December. If I look at October CPI, it's currently trending, and we're expecting a cost of living increase for council of about 2.5%. So that's been factored into the mayor's office and the members of council budget. There has been a request for a public relations budget that's managed by the mayor's office to address, some promotional items for key visitors to the city. So we have juggled the mayor's office budget to facilitate that without increasing the overall cost of the mayor's budget. On line 86, legal fees, we have added an extra $1,000 to legal fees just based on actual spends. And in terms of the training and the travel budgets, we have set those the same as the 2024 budget. So I'll just pause here to see if there's any questions related to the mayor's office budget or the council members' budget.
Councillor Keel?
Backing up perhaps just slightly before you got there, the detailed budget, is that a confidential document?
No.
So last year, I understand that a couple residents asked for it and were told that they couldn't have it until the budget was passed. So I would move that we make the detailed budget public and available for residents. I don't know if the website's a good place to post something this big, but if it is, I would ask that it be posted.
Do we have a comment?
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that we don't normally publish the capital budget just because a point was raised the last time that maybe we're hurting our competitiveness by showing like some of what our project budgets are.
I would amend my motion to say less the capital budget.
Okay.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Purcell, discussion? Oh, Mayor Gervais, yes.
Thank you. Well, I don't have any issue with the motion other than to say similar to a trip that I recently had to the garrison, and the colonel put a number of facts and figures up on the screen and so forth, and one of the mayors was taking a lot of photos and asked the same question, is it confidential, is it not confidential? And he says, it's not confidential, but if you go to your council and start providing specific information without the context of what I know, and in this case, without the context of what the treasurer knows in terms of other literature and so forth, sometimes it causes concerns. I'll say it that way. At least that's what Colonel Guinea said, and I concur with that, is that you can give them this, but you might be creating more questions, or does individuals take it out of context, not knowing what the other information that feeds it is. So that would be my only concern. So I don't have any issue putting it out there, but just know that you might be bringing on a whole lot of other complexities with it.
Councillor Giacono?
I really don't have any issue with that as well. My only issue is, are we creating another job for the, we're hearing it from staff that they're overtaxed already. They can't, keep up with what's going on. And I think there are public meetings where the public can attend. And as we know, I can't ever remember the hall being filled, maybe two people, maybe one. So I think they believe that council can do the job for them. So that's my comment.
Any other comments? So we have a motion to put the budget online except for the capital portion. Oh, Council, yes, Ms. Lutchley?
So could we say that it's provided upon request? Just because it's not in an accessible format? And I'm a little concerned about the cost of trying to make it accessible, especially when it changes all of the time. Like every meeting, it'll be changed, right? So that's why I usually wait till the very end, because then I can put it online and it can be fully accessible. That's my only.
Councillor Keel?
I would say just put it online with a comment that if an accessible format is needed, they can contact the city.
Okay, motion on the floor. Those in favor? Those opposed? One. Motion carried. Any other questions about that portion of the budget? Okay, we'll carry on. Ms. Lotchley, thank you.
So the next section of the budget is related to financial expenses. So that's starting on page 8. So this is a section where we have some of our bigger costs in terms of the interest we raise through our bank account, our investments, as well as the grants we receive, and where money gets transferred to different funds and from different funds. And we also have central budgets for legal, insurance, professional fees, and the like. So I guess a few items to note is that on line 95, we are increasing our training just to be in line with actual spending. And we do note that some hotel costs have gone up. Our insurance, we can see going down. That's on line 103. So we did our cybersecurity insurance, just because of the security measures we've been taking, was cut in half last year. However, we are receiving some indication that our estimates for the premium for 2025 may be slightly higher than what we budgeted. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll let you know if any change on that line item is required in the middle of deliberations. We don't have our final cost for 2025 yet. In terms of professional fees on line 106, staff, when we met with the different department heads, they have asked for grant writing support from a consultant. So we are looking to dedicate a good chunk of professional fees towards that in 2025. And in that budget as well, we also include some money for making finance admin documents accessible, as well as any reports associated with the audit that we need to satisfy the auditor and our audit requirements for 2025. Legal fees, the budget is the same, and just a note that this will be tendered in 2027, so I'm just keeping a note there so we can keep an eye on that. The interfunctional transfers are essentially the clearinghouse for the money that we transfer from taxation to capital, to and from reserves, and to and from any surplus that we might have. So we're going to see the details of that in the grant section of the budget. Unfortunately, with CPI improving, we are expecting the market in terms of bank interest rates, bank prime rates to fall towards the end of June in 2025. So this will mean a decrease in the amount of money the city's raising through its investments and its bank interest. So as I mentioned the past couple of budgets, we did have a temporary lift in terms of the interest income that we were receiving. So we are expecting that to recede kind of back into normal times. So that is a hit in terms of our 2025 budget. In terms of debt repayment, the debt repayment is related to solar panels, which are now going to be fully paid for at the end of 2024. And the debt we had to incur for Miramichi Lodge. So we continue to pay that down every year, and our interest on that loan gets a little smaller every year. So that's on lines 134 and 135. So in the grants section of this budget, we have been informed that our OMPF funding that we receive from the province is going to increase in 2025 by about $86,000. So that's that's good news. And as well, our OCIF funding, which is a formula-based funding, which is divvied up across all municipalities in the province, that is also increasing. So we are going to receive about $255,000 more, which then gets transferred into the capital budget. So again, some good news there. And as well, the money we receive from the province for our Canada Community Building Fund is also it will increase by about $37,000 in 2025, which again will be transferred into reserve and then from reserve into capital projects for 2025. We are expected to make an application to Connecting Links. And I understand from the operations department that we are going to be asking for a bit more than what was in the draft budget. So when we release the final version of this budget, I will correct that number. That doesn't have an impact on the bottom line. It just means that the capital project spending will be a little higher, and that will be offset through this grant. And as well, we have applied to a number of grants which are unconfirmed at this point in time, but I have added them into the budget as they do impact our capital plan for next year. So we have put in an application to the Provincial Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Grant related to works around the Algonquin Trailhead. There is a grant coming up that we'll talk about a little more when we get into the operations budget related to a provincial CCTV grant that would be a joint application between the operations department, the police service board, and the OPP detachment related to CCTV cameras downtown. So we'd be looking to do an application for that to receive funding of about $125,000. So I will be bringing a report to council on this, but I did put forward an application to the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Fund for Victoria Hall related to an energy audit that we did in the fall. So I'm just waiting for that energy audit. There's one factual error in the report I'm looking to have corrected, and once that's done, I will be providing a report to you on that building. So we are looking to make that building more energy efficient, and it will also help with a number of, feedback we've received from the Active 55 Plus in terms of trying to make that building a little more bearable to be in terms of some of the heating, cooling issues that we have in that building. So again, I'm hoping that I'll have this report either for the next council meeting or the first one in January. Again, I'm just waiting for the report to be finalized from JP2G. I have applied to the federal ZEVIP program for 2 DC fast chargers related to both the modernization of fleet as well as the transit potential transit project. So I do expect to hear from that grant either this week or next. And we have also, we are also planning to put in 2 other grant applications if we haven't done so already. We're looking to receive $45,000 for a community emergency preparedness grant for flood monitoring of the Indian River. And as well, we are also looking to apply for $200,000 worth of funding related to an intact grant looking at the drainage in the Cockburn parking lot. So moving on to line 159, the library boards. The library board and the PBIA will be present at the January 16th meeting to discuss their budget. But I do note that they are looking for a pretty significant increase in their budget. So they are looking at $173,000 increase to their operating costs for next year. And they are looking for an additional $5,000 in sponsorship to the Multicultural Festival, bringing our sponsorship from 10 to 15, similar to what they asked for last year. We do expect to spend some money on physician recruitment, so this doesn't impact taxation, but we do have a reserve for this purpose. So we do expect to likely have to spend about $15,000 from that reserve in 2025, which would be at the discretion of the CAO if that's approved. We are looking at a small increase for Festival Hall, just related to the CPI adjustment on that contract. Our strategic partners have not asked for an increase, and I think I have a slide for how that breaks down. So the different partners have essentially asked for the same funding as the year before, with $8,400 for the 2 senior centers, the French and English, $10,000 for heritage murals, $20,000 for the Historical Society, and $4,500 for the Horticultural Society. And as well, I note that the Handy Bus does receive funding from us of $35,000 each year. Other than that, I guess the last thing to note is under grants to organizations. I have moved that into shared services. So that was a contribution to the warming center that we had budgeted for last year. So I'm just moving that to show it in a more appropriate section in this year's budget. And other than that, so on page 10, again, we do expect to receive some investment interest from our dividends from ORPC and ORES. We are looking to potentially make a land sale next year, which could be used to fund some recreation updates. And we continue to sell energy back to the grid for some of the solar panels on our different buildings. So that concludes the treasurer's budget, and I'll pause here to see if there's any questions.
Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Treasurer. I just want to ask a question on the strategic partners. The 50 Active Living Center and the Centre La Joie, the funding is basically the same. Is it based on number of individuals within those organizations? Is there a big variance between the membership in one organization as opposed to the other? And are those numbers reflective of really what, should be a weighted assessment of what people are getting? Or is it just because they both are an organization? So if you're an organization of 5 and you requested the funding, would you get the same amount of money?
Through the chair. So I guess what's not stated on here is that the Active 50+ Living Center does receive an in-kind donation from the city as well for Victoria Hall. So, we charge them rent and electricity and maintenance for the property, and they pay it, and then we pay it back essentially. So there's an in and out that's not reflected here, for them to use that facility, and that's part of our contribution to this group. So the Active Living Center does actually receive more, but I do know that support for these 2 items, like for them to be able to get funding from the province, is they need a certain amount of funding from the city. And so we have to make sure that whatever we do maintain that, just to ensure that they still qualify for the provincial funding, because they receive a lot more money from the province than they do from us.
Still really doesn't answer my question. The question was, is it based on numbers? I know you're saying if we give them X number of dollars, they can apply to the government and say, look, we're a like organization, but are the numbers alike? The membership? Or am I putting you on the spot? I didn't mean to.
So through the chair, I'd have to look through their actual reports. My impression is that the 50 plus active living center has more membership, but I would have to look through to get the exact figure. So I could certainly do that on one of the breaks.
Councillor Keel and then Councillor Purcell.
A few questions. Line 129 contingency, 50,000. What do we use that one for?
So that line is for anything that we haven't planned for in the year. So any kind of requests that come through, any unexpected changes that we haven't budgeted for, it just gives us the flexibility to be able to address it in the budget without having to go to a reserve. We don't have an operating contingency reserve. Our reserves are more capital related. So instead of having a reserve like that, we just add an amount every year. Sometimes it's more than 50. So for example, if we haven't settled a collective agreement and we're not sure where we're going to land, we might put extra money in there just in case. So it does vary from year to year. Typically it's 50,000 unless we know of something special that's happening in the year that we think might cost a lot of money. And in that case, we could use it. So we could be using it for an unexpected legal claim. You name it, it could be used for anything. And that, to spend that money, it has to come back to council, and the council has to approve spending it on a particular item. So staff doesn't have the authority just to spend that budget. That's a council budget.
And has 50,000 traditionally been enough outside of when you're saying sometimes we recognize that we might need more? Okay, because it just seems small to me. We'll take care of that. Land sales. What land are we expecting to sell?
So that was discussed as in closed, so I think we would have to go into closed to discuss that one.
Or maybe the CAO or somebody can remind me at the break. Sale of solar energy. Is there any way to expand this further, given that we own a lot of large buildings with large roofs? Is it? I'm not even sure there's still programs where you can do it, I guess is my question. But is that something we could invest in further or no?
I can answer that. I sit on the ORES, Ottawa River Energy Solution, and the province has changed all the solar benefit a long time ago, so it's net metering right now. So there's no financial incentive. But we bring it up periodically at ORES.
Okay. Another great government decision from the province. That's it for now.
Mr. Purcell?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say kudos to our staff in regards to the looking at grants specifically for the Victoria Hall retrofit under the GICB. So kudos to staff for inquiring about that and trying to see if we can find some dollars to make our buildings a little bit more energy efficient. To build upon, Councillor Jack knows. We had the the 50 plus center here not too long ago looking for some opportunities. And, I look at the funding in terms of the $8,400, knowing that the Parks and Rec, I believe it's $13,500 for senior programming, which was down from $15,000 from previous years. So it seems like, the bulk of our populations are seniors, and we're starting to whittle away in terms of the dollars that we spend supporting our seniors, and I think there's an opportunity maybe to look at increasing the $8,400 to an additional $5,000. So I would move that we add $5,000 to the $8,400. We can divide it by 2 depending on. I think I need to look at utilization in terms of, in terms of the French and the English groups. So if it works out that the 5K should be better spent in terms of one or the other, or a split. So I would leave that with staff just to come up with the recommendations, but I would suggest that we move $5,000. And I would, yeah, you're probably going to say where you're going to get that from. But that's my suggestion right now. So do I have a seconder?
So do we have a seconder? So I'll leave the chair to second, I'll leave the chair. I ask Councillor Jagino to come forward.
Oh, can we just stay seated, please, for time?
Oh, okay, sure.
I think we have to follow procedure.
Yeah.
There's no procedure about which chair you're
Well, I
sitting.
think you
Councillor
can
Jagger.
speak more from that position. No tradition? Let's keep some. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Well, I'll second the motion. I think it's important, and I'll second it. It's to have the balanced funding for the senior community, and I appreciate the motion.
You seconded the motion. Do we have those in favor?
Comment?
Comments? I would like to comment as well after, but from over there. Go ahead. What's, you have a problem, Councillor Kill?
Many.
Very good.
So, in terms of the strategic partnership, they didn't ask for more money, correct? Is that what we heard earlier? So, I'm just wondering if they're not asking for more money at this time. Are they coming in? I know some of our partners do come in to talk to us. I guess I would like to know what the senior center would be using the money for, since they haven't asked for it. And I'm just wondering if they are coming in, I'm wondering if there would be agreement to table this motion to hear from them. But I don't know if they're coming in or not. Often our partners, maybe the mayor has an answer, or maybe he wanted to speak on. That would be my only question is if they didn't ask for it, could I hear from them about what they're going to use it for?
Comments? Madam Treasurer?
So the seniors 50 plus was in earlier, and they did allude to, more funding is appreciated because we have not changed that $8,400 that I think since I've been here, so at least 5 years. I guess I can't speak for them, but I do wonder if they've given up asking because we continually say no. So,
Councillor Kill?
So could we perhaps invite, and the only reason I say is, I mean, number one, this is a very tight budget, and perhaps even I'm being a bit more tight-fisted than in the past. But then I would wonder, if we were to say, we'll give them an extra 5,000, then they say, well, we have this project for 7,200. Well, maybe we would want to give them 7,200 for a project that we believe in. So I don't know. I just I don't disagree with the treasurer. They were in just, I think it was 2 meetings ago, alluding to the fact that they would like more. I think we should be doing it in a substantive way as opposed to just throwing money at them. So I guess that's why I'm wondering, are they coming before us at some point in these budget deliberations?
Madam Treasurer?
So I could ask if they're available to attend the meeting on January 16th and just say that council may be interested in extending a bit more funding to them, but more details would have to be provided on what this funding would be used for. And then we could hear it from them. Would that be appropriate?
I'd like to hear from Councillor Purcell on that.
Address your comments through the chair, please, Councillor Kill. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I have concerns, and I think, I don't want to drag this process on any longer than it has to be. So if there's an opportunity that I could bring back some information from the president tomorrow, I think that'd be the best way to do it. I mean, if we start doing that for every $5,000 change, I think we're gonna have, we're not gonna get done our budget till May of next year. So, because there's quite a few of these things that I would like to address, maybe moving some dollars around. But I think would that be appropriate? Then I could just reach out to the president and just get a little bit of an update in terms of what they would use those extra dollars for, be it 2,500 or 5,000.
Sage advice, Councillor Purcell. So there is a motion on the floor. If the motion is defeated, they'll come forward. Councillor Keel?
I would move that we postpone the motion to tomorrow.
Move to postpone by Councillor Keel till tomorrow. A seconder? Councillor, Deputy Mayor, those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell, or Councillor Purcell, Councillor Purcell, would you like to continue your questions?
Chair, I think that's all the questions I have for now. I am concerned about the increase in regards to the Pembroke Library Board, but again, January 16th to be an opportunity to ask a few questions there.
I just have one question for the treasurer, information item. The Canada Building Fund, that's the gas tax federal? Okay, thank you. Mr. Purcell?
And maybe the treasurer would know this. In terms of the increase for the library board, how much of that would be associated with pay equity? That would be outside of the control. Like, you know what I'm saying is that there's an increase in terms of $173,000, but how much of that would be considered pay equity?
So through the chair, so that question has been posed to the CEO of the library, so I think she'll be prepared to answer that when she's here on the 16th.
I spoke with the CEO, and she's going to bring a breakdown of where the increase is for. But as we know, some of it is for the pay equity. Thank you.
Okay, so the next budget to review is administration. So I guess the key changes for this one is there are 2 staffing requests, one split between administration and HR for a payroll clerk reorg, one for a deputy clerk. So I'll finish the budget and then we'll circle back to those 2 funding requests. So I do understand there's been a question about tax certificates, so that might be something that might want to be raised in the discussion. In total, we receive right now about $22,500 a year in issuing tax certificates related to land sales in the city of Pembroke. Overall, I would say our marriage ceremony service that we offer now has been very successful, so we're continue to increase the budget there. We are expecting more tax interest revenue as a result of our change in increasing the percentage from 1% to 1.25. So that is an increase resulting in more revenues to the city. And as well, to ensure that every department's costs reflect the level of service provided to them, we do transfer overhead costs to each department. So that's on line 34. In terms of services, you will see on line 43 that computer line charges has decreased by almost $30,000. So we have worked with ORES to obtain better billing, given some of the changes that we've made and giving and providing internet access to our arenas now, which is required by minor hockey. So I'm now able to allocate those costs to each building so that each service's cost is more reflective of the cost it takes to deliver that service. And I think that is all the big items that are in this particular budget. So I can start by going through the staffing requests, but one by one. as I know there'll want to be some discussion there. So I did want to provide a little bit of an update on what's been happening in the payroll department over the past couple years, because we did undertake a really big project in 2023 to modernize payroll at the city of Pembroke. So, pre-2023, we had a very paper-based payroll system where payroll documents, be it leave requests or timesheets, were handwritten and manually approved by supervisors, like wet signature. All of this information was then keyed into 2 different payroll systems and involved 3 different payroll staff, quite hands-on in the process to put all of this information into payroll. It was then automatically processed by the city's financial software. So we use a Microsoft product, Canadian Payroll. And then we had 2 different reporting systems for payroll data, which is inefficient. So it was very time consuming. There was a lot of duplication of efforts. It involved a lot of staff, and it wasn't very efficient. So I've been responsible managing payroll, I'm going to say, in different jobs since, I'm going to say 2001. So I have over 20 years experience managing the payroll function, and I'm pretty sure every job where I've managed payroll, I've always looked at trying to maximize the efficiencies of process and implement different softwares to try to maximize, minimize the level of effort and maximize the amount of information that's available. And I have used outside softwares, not just like internal financial payroll systems, but I have also done payroll using ADP and Ceridian, which are 2 major outside payroll service providers, as well as Kronos, which is a time and attendance system. So in this case, the best option, if you can, is to always try to use the software that's already integrated and available, because trying to integrate an outside software into a financial system is usually where you run into a lot of trouble. So in this case, our financial software provider offered an online time and attendance system where staff could request time off online, supervisors could approve it online, and time entry can all be done online. So we spent the bulk of 2023 rolling this out across every department. It was quite an onerous task. It was certainly, I think, challenging, for the operations departments who'd never had to use a tablet before, not that computer savvy, but I am happy to say that we were successful in rolling it out across the city. So now time and leave requests are submitted and approved online. The payroll clerk, instead of looking at half of the payroll, she now looks at all of the staff that the city pays, essentially, full-time, part-time, as well as our 2 boards. Payroll is automatically processed by our Microsoft software, and all of our reporting now is in one system. So it's very efficient in that sense. I guess in previous jobs, I guess I'm not afraid to look at how much staffing we need. Is it appropriate? Is it enough? In one organization that I worked with, I did reorganize a bunch of processes and reduce staff by 1/3. So I'm not afraid to, make cuts when they're needed. And in this case, we did reorganize the Treasury Department over at Ops, and we did reduce that staff by 1 person. So the buyer and timekeeper position was eliminated. And that, empty box, if you will, was, transported. Duties between the 2 boxes were kind of switched over, and operations department now has administrative support similar to what other departments have, like the recreation department, where they have somebody that can, provide some of the invoice coding and approvals and other things to support accounts payable and some minor billing to clients, as well as provide some admin support to the operations department. So I would say that's a success. We were able to reduce some workload. On the other side of the house, since I started here in 2019, I've been aware of the fact that there's way too much workload for the staff that I have right now. And it's not because, I have an amazing staff, very hardworking, very dedicated. This person was working on Saturday night at 11 o'clock at night on stuff for the city over the budget period. So, I have some really hardworking staff, but at the same time, it's not appropriate to continue putting that level of pressure on existing staff. And certainly, under the old way of doing payroll, there was a lot of data entry related to leave, which isn't required anymore. But now this person is responsible not for half of the staff that we employ, but they're responsible for overseeing payroll for all the staff now. So while we saved on one side, we didn't save in the other. And I'm now at the point where I could comfortably say, now that we've worked on this new payroll for a year now, that there's too much work for the people. So, looking at it, we did have a win, but we still have a problem, and doing this upgrade didn't solve necessarily the workload with this one position. So if we were to look at outsourcing payroll at this time, I think my concern is that we're going to be doing what we've already done again. So that's a significant level of work because we have to design, test, approve, and train all of the staff over again, which is something that we just completed. And again, it's a little more complicated because now we also have to work on redoing the entire payroll system. So that's all of the pay codes that control how people get paid. We'd have to set all of those up again in a new system, and then work on an integration between that system and the city system for reporting purposes. No matter what software we use, whether we use an outside provider software or something that we already have, the information still has to be verified by staff. And as a finance professional, I can't outsource my accountability for making sure that we pay people properly, because salary and benefits is the biggest expense that the city has. And complicating this is the fact that Microsoft, about a month ago, just announced the retirement of the city's financial software. So at the end of 2029, we use Great Plains, and that is end of life. So it's not going to be supported past 2029. So I'm thinking that we're going to be forced to look at new platforms and new ways of doing things with this retirement. So certainly that's something that's coming up, but for right now, we need to make sure that we relieve workload pressures and ensure that we can continue to meet our statutory obligations without burning out dedicated employees. So certainly as we look ahead to the retirement of Great Plains, this is going to be, I think, the biggest project. This is definitely a legacy project before I retire, is doing having to replace the city's entire financial system. So we've been running this software since 2006. I'm estimating, just based on talking to other treasurers, that it's probably going to cost us anywhere between $350,000 to $500,000. And it's going to take a significant level of effort, not just we will need external project support, but it's also going to require the expertise of all of our internal staff, and it's going to represent a significant workload on our staff through the transition period to a new software, both in terms of making sure we define our requirements really well, we pick the best software, and that we set it up in a way that's going to work for us. And then as well as having to learn how to basically use a new system. So in 2026, we are going to be hiring a project manager to evaluate options and recommend replacement softwares. In 2027, we're looking to procure, design, and test the new system. In 2028, we're looking to convert all of our data. So this is talking about all of our property tax customers, utility billing customers, private service customers, employees, thousands of vendors, all over into the new system, and then looking to resume normal operations in 2029. So we're looking at a very resource-intense period coming up for staff in the next little bit. So I obviously provided more information in my memo, which I hope explains sort of the need a little better. And I don't know if we'll kind of leave it here and open the floor to questions.
So Councillor Purcell, then Councillor Keel.
Well, thanks for your explanation in terms of the situation. At what point do we start looking at a third-party provider to provide us services? I had the pleasure of talking to ADP yesterday, And the services that are available to a municipality in regards to financial software, access to various services, is very reasonably priced, and I think it would resolve our issues. It's a 14-week implementation period. The costs are about $30,000 per year for the implementation, anywhere from $30,000 to $60,000. You get an HR module, you get a document iCloud, you get analytics and reporting, you get onboarding, you get employee verification services, payroll and paid time off module, you get essential time attendance and scheduling module. They actually create the standard operating procedures for all payroll functions, payroll reconciliation and balancing, online pay and tax statements, year-end filing, electronic insurance of ROEs, issuance, of ROEs. They have dedicated, with that price, you get a dedicated support manager, which is a client service manager, you get a relationship manager, you get a payroll specialist, you get supports in terms of payroll technology specialist, HR technology specialist, an employee and manager service center, and included in that is EFAP services for all employees for the city of Pembroke. Look at the long-term liability, long-term costs in terms of hiring an employee. $100,000 over 10 years is $1 million. What do we have for growth? $125,000, and now we want to add 6 positions. 1 in 5 Canadians is paid through ADP, but it's too complex for the city of Pembroke with 100 employees. They will do all the heavy lifting. It's a 14-week implementation process, and that would actually reduce the amount of activities planned right up to 2029. And look at the resources and the time and energy that we would save for our staffing. You know, the stuff I'm hearing is that if we don't have this employee or that employee, not this particular one, you know, we can't do this. 2 years to get a procedural bylaw in place. Deferred because you don't have enough time. 2 years to work on an election. You know, with a growth of $125,000, we're going to add 6 positions to this municipality. We got to look for efficiencies, and sometimes the efficiencies are looking outside what we have in terms of expertise, and also augmenting. So that would take away that individual's responsibility, puts the onus in terms of compliance onto ADP as well. And like I said, 1 in 5 Canadians is paid through ADP. Talking billions and billions of dollars that are dispensed on a regular basis. I'd be welcome to connect, you know, ADP with the city or another provider. You know, but these are some of the things that we need to start looking at. We did start looking at shared positions. I talked to the warden of the county and said, like, hey, could we work together in terms of shared positions? Sure. Let's go ask. Maybe they have financial resources that are available to support us. Nobody's made that ask officially. But we can't just get into a full-time position where there's a huge bunch of liabilities in terms of long-term liabilities for this for this organization that are costly, that we can't afford as a small community. We're a population of 14,500 people. We're not a big city, and maybe we start looking out at parting out these things and doing more contractor management pieces, and if we're not getting the services, you build that in terms of the service contracts. And how you're going to hold those organizations accountable. You put in expectations. If they're not meeting those expectations, you can put in penalties. Like we got to start working in the modern age instead of just saying, okay, we need a resource, let's bring somebody in, and we know what happens in terms of, we have good intentions. What happens if that individual doesn't work out? You have a liability in terms of having that individual for a long period of time. It's not easy to remove people from positions. So what I'm proposing is, if we really need a service, is that we look at first at contracting out a service for a year, making sure that we're getting value for our dollars, and then we can look at progressing into maybe more long-term relationships in terms of permanent employment. Or such as this, where we could have a really good benefit for, our organization and work with a partner to reduce some of the workload and the workload stresses associated, $22,000 in overtime if we don't approve the position. That's half the cost of this. And we also get EFAP services for every employee. I think it just augments, the team. I think it takes the pressure off. Yeah, is there going to be some work up front? Most definitely there's going to be work up front. But I can tell you that it's going to be a hell of a lot less than that 2029 work that has to be done, because they'll help. They have the systems in place. They have the expertise. They work with hundreds and hundreds of organizations across Canada. And if you want a list of all the municipalities that they actually provide services for, with their recommendations, I could provide that as well.
I'll have
you.
the treasurer respond, then the CEO, and then Councillor Keel.
So I have worked with ADP before, but at the end of the day, they're a software provider. Ceridian I've used, and I've had really great experience. Like, they have, I would say, really good software. But at the same time, it's not that much different than what we already have. It's just a different provider, because the software that we have, again, lots of municipalities use it. It does all of the calculations for you. It gathers all of the information. Like, it captures all of the data. So it doesn't really work all that differently than what we have right now. It's just a different software. And again, that software is something that you have to integrate into the financial system that we have. And then again, whenever we get a new financial system. And that's usually where some of the trouble is. But again, I don't see that as really being a time saver, because we still have to ensure that everything that goes into that software is correct and that we're paying everybody properly. So there's still staff time involved. And it wouldn't really be any different than what we do right now. It's just with a different software. I agree, a software provider like that does have some nice benefits to it, in terms of you have access to some expertise, which we do as well, just through, our being involved with the Canadian Payroll Association and that kind of thing. So it is nice in the sense that you do have, I guess, HR kind of, they offer that as a benefit on the side, but I would say the bulk of the work is still the same. This position just isn't about payroll. It's about the fact that it's payroll plus banking, which is like one of the most important aspects that we do as a municipality. Like, all of our financial transactions flow through the bank, and it's a ton of transactions to track every day. And as well, like, all of these online payment solutions are great, but they also require reconciliation to make sure that the money coming in and the reports we're getting from these systems make sense with how much money is in our bank account every day. And trying to combine payroll with this is just not working. It needs to be separated. I guess the last thing is that the other half of this position, because this is sort of a split. It's 50% trying to take the banking out of the payroll position and 50% trying to give HR a bit more time, is that there has been some changes with the OMERS pension plan, where before OMERS pension plan used to be, just for full-time staff. Now they've opened it up to everybody. And in terms of the reconciliation process of making sure that, we're reporting everybody, we're signing people up and reporting people onto the plan, it's very administratively burdensome, I guess I would say, because it works really well if you have no unpaid leave. It doesn't work well, and it causes, it's a lot of work. Every time somebody goes on WSIB, every time somebody takes an unpaid day off, every time, we have to add or subtract different students that want access to it. So with the change that's happened over the past couple of years, it's created an extra burden on the existing staff that we're looking to try to alleviate with this position. I guess the flip side is that if this isn't approved, what I'll have to do is I'll have to move the banking over to the financial planning analyst, and that person will have less time to do asset management, which means that we will have to outsource the writing of our asset management plans, because if you outsource, you still have to provide the information to them. So there's still staff time that's required, but we're not going to have time to to actually write the reports. And in my mind, that doesn't really kind of solve the strategic objectives that we have, because in terms of asset maturity, the more we can take asset management in-house and make it our own, the better we're going to run the municipality, because, we operate billions of dollars or millions of dollars worth of infrastructure in the city. I think having very strong internal capabilities of managing this, as opposed to just saying we're meeting our legislative requirements, we're outsourcing the reports, we're meeting the deadlines on paper, like, to me, isn't the best way to strategically manage our municipality. Banking is a core function of our municipality. We can't get around it. We need to make sure, from a control point of view, that we have very good control of the money that's flowing in and out of our bank accounts. And that's not something I can let slide. It's something that I have to fix. And I can't keep asking staff to work every evening, every weekend, like throughout the entire year. I can't keep asking staff to do it. It's not fair to them. So I'm at a difficult spot right now, and I know asking for new staff is, my first instinct is always to say I'm going to try to make things more efficient. And I've tried, and at this point, I can confidently say I don't see a way of fixing it without more people or without outsourcing some of our functions, because payroll and these are part of our core functions. And no matter what software we use, we have to still make sure the information that's submitted is right. We're not going to be saving time using it. We're going to have access to more resources, which is great, but I don't see that as being a time saver. And I say that having over 20 years of experience using softwares like this and working with payroll providers like this.
So we'll have Councillor Keel, and then I'll come back to you. Oh, yes, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly to Councillor Purcell's comments in regards to we got to think differently, and and so yeah, it it certainly pains us to bring new positions forward, and in regards to thinking of things differently, and so the county. I guess our relationship with the county and other municipalities has never been better, and so it's allowed us that ability to have some discussions. And so I wanted to think last spring, the county was hosting a training session, and part of the discussion that we did have was shared services. Is there capacity out there? Is there ability to share resources? Some municipalities are sharing parts of building inspectors and things like that. Administration and finance is the area that was never broached and never discussed. There is no additional capacity out there. So further to that, I want to say 3 weeks ago, I was able to bring the 4 mayors and 4 CEOs together from the different municipalities. So from Petawawa, Pembroke, Laurentian Valley, and Whitewater. And we just chatted in regards to, what opportunities are available. And one of the things we did talk about was shared services, of sharing some resources. Administration and finance was not broached at all in those. There's just no capacity out there. And so I appreciate what the warden had said, but I'm getting it from the horse's mouth in regards to the CEO, and he knows his staffing availability in that. Finally, note, again, trying to come up with different solutions. I've raised this up to AMCTO also, is that, do we need to have a better approach in regards to, how we run municipalities, how, they're organized. I know AMO has put together a paper to the government and trying to look at different ways. And so it's not unheard of in regards to what you're saying. But the common theme seems to be that administration and finance is not the ones that are shared. I've seen it, work in other areas where, CAOs have been shared across organizations. But it doesn't seem to cross that in municipalities.
Keel, and then I'll come back to Councillor Purcell. Okay, supplementary.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you for the explanation. Perhaps maybe, can we, and I'm just brainstorming here, is there a way that we could have, instead of hiring a full-time person, looking at bringing somebody in to address the bigger issues, to make recommendations in terms of the path forward, now knowing that our financial software is coming to an end? I'm not taking anything away in terms of your expertise, but I mean, we have to look at some change management pieces as well. And I think I think we have an opportunity to do something a little different here, and respect the employees that are working so diligently in their time on this, and come up with a straightforward implementation strategy and plan that addresses a lot of the shortcomings that maybe a third-party provider can provide. And I think it's a good opportunity to do that. And I just think that hiring a full-time person to address an issue that may not be a long-term issue based on the direction that we're going, or consider a contract position, a short period of time, and then reassess that. But the days of hiring full-time employees, I think we need to really think long and hard about that, especially with the growth of 0%.
Councillor Keel.
So I guess I will very briefly pick up on where Councillor Purcell was, and I mean I certainly hear his concern that our current growth is negligible. So I mean, every time we go to the well, we're going to the well with our existing citizens, and that's not sustainable. Obviously, there's a lot of larger topics that need to be discussed, and I almost am starting to maybe question whether that's, I mean, I guess they're hand in hand, but I guess what I'm saying is it a budget topic, or is it a strategic direction meeting that we should be having these discussions on instead of the budget meeting? But they go hand in hand, obviously. All of Councillor Purcell's comments directly relate to budget matters, but they also relate to what I think could be a much larger discussion had around this table. In terms of the staffing, I do wonder, and actually I was going to ask you, Madam Treasurer, at the break, since I didn't have a chance to email you prior, whether any of these positions that we are considering could be contract positions, and whether there would be any savings or whatnot. I agree with Councillor Purcell from the precept of when we hire full-time people, they more often than not become forever full-time people. So I don't know if that was looked at, and Madam Treasurer very well might say that that was considered for each of these employees. I don't know. But moving past that, unless either the CAO or Madam Treasurer wanted to stop there, my other questions have to do with different line items. So I don't know if you wanted to jump in there.
So I guess one final comment on this matter is that, like I've said, I've been managing finance departments since 2001. I became a manager. I think even before that I was a manager, but I haven't worked just in one sector. I've worked for First Air. So I've worked in airplane maintenance. I've worked for a printing company. I've worked for one of the world's largest food companies. I've worked for the federal government. I've worked for a privately run organization. I've worked with corporations. So I haven't just seen one way to do finance, but the base of finance is always the same no matter where you go. And it's all based on the same principles. It's all, you have to have the same duties. So it doesn't matter what industry you're in, the base behind finance is always the same because we have accounting principles we have to follow. Accounting is the same no matter what organization, and we all do it the same. So to say that there's an amazing innovation out there, to me, isn't, like with finance, that's not the case. I mean, there's different softwares you can use, and they have pros and cons. And certainly we have a big opportunity coming up to take a look at, do we have the best software right now? No, but at the same time, they still take time to manage. They still take staff to manage them. And I think regardless of what platform we're on, the need for staff is still going to be the same. And I'm basing that based on every other job I've had. The dynamics behind finance don't really change in that you have to pay your bills, you got to get money from your customers. And, maybe how you get money from your customers is a little different. Like here we issue tax bills instead of, selling airplane parts to somebody. But at the same time, the principles are all basically the same, right? So I don't think there's a magic bullet solution out there. I guess it's just a question of what do you see your priorities are? Are we keeping the lights on, or are we going to really focus on our strategic priorities? Which to me, if we don't staff this position, then I see our strategic priorities are taking a bit of a hit because I'm taking a staff member that's sort of kind of aligned with those strategic priorities away from working on that and working on some of the base functions that I have to do no matter what. So I guess that's my final comment on the matter.
Okay, I'll have the CEO comment and Mayor Gervais, and then I'll come, okay, continue. We're just dealing with this
Yeah.
particular position, right?
If
Yeah.
if it's the same topic, yeah.
Okay, so do you want to speak again?
no.
You done? Okay, so Mayor, CEO, then Mayor Gervais.
Yeah, and it's great to kind of have these discussions around this table because you bring different expertise and just kind of brainstorming to the ideas. I love the idea in regards to the change of management. I've been trying to actually bring lean into this organization for about a year now, and it's just the capacity. You need that change agent, and I'm thinking, and I've even talked to the clerk about it, but possibly one of the roles within the deputy clerk position, because you need that expertise, or not expertise, but you need someone internally to manage the changes in that, and that could be something that we add on to the deputy clerk position, but we just haven't had the capacity. I'm a little bit. I'll say I have a green belt and I'm very green in lean. I know Angela has some training in lean practices and Marcia. I'm not sure who else in the organization. So there is a little bit filtered throughout, but you still need that individual within the organization to drive it. When I've been able to talk to, and we've received actually some budget proposals on bringing lean into the organization. And I've talked to, I want to say it's Huntsville. No, it's not Huntsville. I think it's more south of Huntsville. I'm trying to remember, but there's an organization down there that had brought in lean. And again, it started with one individual in the organization that they brought in, and that was the change agent. And then, to bring it through the whole organization, everyone has to buy into it, similar to the asset management. But it's usually one individual that has to coordinate it. So I think there's lots of opportunity there. But I think what you're hearing from the treasurer and myself is that we just need capacity within ourselves to kind of be able to kind of take a look at that more holistic. So,
Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, it's going to be a long 2 days. Sorry. Okay. So, number of just different points, and then I'm going to make a motion to try and move this forward. I agree that we, in the course of this year, need to try and look at a different way of doing things. I agree with what Councillor Keel is saying, is that it's germane to the budget, but at the same time, is this a topic for a discussion during budget? It is and it isn't. I do know that previously our CAO was also the clerk, and then in keeping with other municipalities, the council of the day decided to separate it to create one whole new position effectively. And I'm cognizant of what Councillor Purcell is saying, is that if you create a position to get, and what Councillor Keel is saying is good luck having them removed if they don't work out. And at the same time, I'm not crazy. I look at this, and a number of these positions are starting in April, which means a third of the year is gone, which means these numbers are not even a reflection of an entire year. They're a reflection of 2/3 of a year, and next year we will be hit with, and future years, with the full amount. And then every year there's, if they're unionized, is the collective agreement and what percentage increase, and it doesn't go down. So I'm also aware that certain staff members attend meetings and work in excess of their allotted number of hours that they're supposed to work, and they get to build up a certain number of hours that they can take at some point. I don't know when they take it, because they don't ever seem to have time to take it. But in any event, and then once they start accumulating more than that, they don't accumulate more than that. They don't get credit for it ever. So I'm aware of that. I'm curious about what other municipalities like Brockville and other areas do, which is sort of why I'm thinking if we were to, and I will make a motion to move with increasing the overtime budget in respect to this treasury item, so that this year there's going to be some increased hours, but with the understanding that staff is coming to council in the not too distant future, a regular finance and admin meeting, saying, okay, so we've examined this, we've examined that, and this is different ways we can do it, utilizing whether it's the ideas of what Councillor Purcell is saying, whether it's the ideas of Councillor Keel, whether it's looking at other municipalities like Brockville, what is everyone doing? And so that next year, this is what it will be, and this is what the dollar implication is. But at least it gets us through this budget that, yes, there's a pressure in this particular department. I'm not speaking to the other ones at the present moment. I'm sure we're going to hit those line items, and there's going to be comments there as well. But in respect to this one, at least if there's an increase for overtime budget to allow to get some work done for this year, with the understanding that there's going to be a staff report this year sooner rather than later saying, okay, so these are the options, guys, and in a regular finance and admin meeting, we can banter it and figure out this is the way we want to go for next year and a budget accordingly. So anyway, so that's my motion, is to go with the HR overtime and not the creation of the position.
22,500?
That's, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's the indication that's on
Yeah.
this form that we were received.
It was seconder, Councillor Lafreniere. Discussion, Councillor Purcell, and then Councillor Giacono.
So my only concern is in regards to work-life balance and burnout. You know, when you put $22,000 in terms of overtime, that means that there's individuals that are working beyond their regular work hours. And you know, if we want to be a proactive employer, I don't think that that's the best solution. I think maybe we should address these types of issues, maybe even looking at a contract position for 1 year, allowing the opportunity with the stipulation in terms of looking for solutions, and providing the backup support that's required right now, and then move forward in terms of the longer term plan. So that part-time, or sorry, the term position, you know, in terms of temporary position, would have an ability to point us in the right direction, so we can kind of utilize that position to move things forward a little bit more meaningful manner. But simply just approving an overtime budget, I don't think that's respectful to our workforce in terms of work-life balance, and then the possibilities of burnout. So I've seen it happen, so.
Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand where the treasurer's coming from. She's caught between a rock and a hard place, and so are we. No matter what decision we make, I mean, eventually we're going to have to come to some sort of a concurrence that what is right for the community, right for the taxpayer. I would like to hear more information on the particular firm that Councillor Purcell is referring to, whether they're American, Canadian-based firm. You know, the statement was made they have a lot of clients, et cetera, and what their background is. I wouldn't mind hearing from them. This is an interim fix, as the mayor has suggested, which I think will possibly solve it temporarily, but it will not be the, you know, the solution we're looking for. I didn't realize the treasurer had such an extensive background with various firms and companies. So, you know, I'm very limited to my financial capabilities, so I look to you and I respect that you've been everywhere. You've done everything like the song. I would like to see the, you know, a presentation perhaps in the very near future from this particular company if council was up to that. And in the interim, I would like to see a massive look at our org chart from the top down and all employees in all departments and what the fits are. There may be somebody there that may be able to, you know, may be able to, and I know the treasurer will probably disagree with that, but there may be some opportunity to shift some duties or revamp some duties that have been shifted in the past to bring them back online to perhaps help her in this particular dilemma. So I would be voting in favor of the this at the present time.
Mr. Keel, then the CAO. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Kale. No, I was just going to mention is that, you know, so, you know, both suggestions in regards to, you know, bringing back a report and looking at it, you know, corporate wide, like I totally agree. It's just, again, who's going to do this? And, you know, and, you know, like certainly capable of it, the two of us, but it's just like overtime and, you know, and you're talking to two individuals here that, that we don't get paid for overtime. And we bank way more than we get compensated for. So, you know, I would like to have some consideration added that, you know, a certain dollar amount. So I know when I was talking to the lean professionals, the proposal that I received, I think it was around $50,000. Over the break, I can bring out the proposal and have it in front of council if they're interested in. But, you know, if the overtime, if that's the route you'd like to go, and that's your decision, but that some consideration be put into place to hire an outside consultant to help us do this lean review and move forward that way.
And Councillor Lafreniere.
So I agree with the mayor, and I agree with Councillor Purcell, and I agree with Councillor Jacquinot. So anybody that watches these proceedings must know that I'm feeling very distressed at the moment. I'm really worried about adding a full-time person, but I'm also really concerned about the burnout aspect that Councillor Purcell noted. I mean, I sat on the Robbie Dean Centre for a number of years, and you know, one of the leading causes of depression and anxiety, and that is from your workplace. That's just a statistical reality. I'm inclined to want to follow the mayor's direction, which is that we look at this outside of right now at budget. I kind of wish maybe perhaps we were talking about this months ago in the lead up to the budget, and instead of I think the reports about extra staff I think started coming in last month, if I'm correct about that. So I think on this one I'm going to follow the mayor's lead, but I'm also hearing from the CAO that he might be able to provide us with information if we just hold for a few moments. Again, obviously this is a huge topic, and I don't know that this is something to be rushed into, but I'm inclined to give the CAO the time that he just requested to take a swing at this, since we are just putting it to them on the spot here at the table. But I will say I'm in agreement, generally speaking, with the mayor.
Councillor Lafreniere.
Yes, thank you. A few years ago, and when I say a few, it could be 5. We hired consultants to come into the city and assess all the departments top down. Management positions, every department was looked at to determine whether we were staff heavy or staff light. I do believe that we came back with a very high score when it come to being lean. And I mean, it wasn't a specific lean analysis, but it was close to that. It was an efficiency analysis. And I do believe back then it said we were quite lean. And that it identified certain areas where we actually needed to staff up. And that's got to be 5 years ago. I know Councillor Jackno would have been here and the mayor. So, you know, it's such a battle because we're looking at the increase. But not that long ago, we had to talk about staff retention as well. So that's something that's been on my mind. There's lots of work out there now if people want to work. Our city employees have proved they want to work. But on Councillor Purcell's fact, we don't want to burn them out. So it's such a sensitive, it's a balance because, yeah, we look at the money, but we need to look at the people. Let's face it, everyone's positions with the city have changed. Council has changed. My workload is a lot heavier, and I do believe all the councillors is heavier. So what does that do? That puts it on staff because we're picking up the phone more. We're asking them to do this, we're asking them to do that. Their workload is definitely increased if ours has. So, I thought about this yesterday, and I met with Jordan as well at the Recreation Office to discuss his needs. If I was working for the city now, I don't know. I might be looking around if I felt stressed or, because there is other opportunities out there. So I think that's what we have to think about. There are other lines in the budget maybe we can put off. Maybe we have to look at how we're doing things. How much are we spending on roads every year? I mean, we're cutting back on staff and we're being very lean, but we're still spending a lot of money fixing roads, and which is rightly so. But maybe we ease off for a couple of years and support our staff. But anyway, there's lots of things, options to do. But at this point, I'm leaning, pardon the pun, towards supporting staff in some big way here.
So CEO, then I'll speak.
So I'm just trying to go through and take a look at the lean, and I think I'm going to need a little bit more time because the numbers I have the proposal, but it does have some costing in it, so I'll have to take a look at that. So yeah, I need some more time.
Yes,
I motion that we postpone this motion
Which
to
break
the
time
to the
right
call
now.
of to the call of the chair, who can consult with the CAO when he's ready.
go ahead.
Sorry to back and forth. Just the one thing I wanted to bring forward was that, and I think it's to Councillor Fournier's note in regards to that we've been here before. And so just a reminder of some of the positions that we have filled in the last little bit. And so 2019, there was an asset management coordinator position filled in operations. 2022, there was a admin assistant to operations manager was restructured to a civil technician in operations. So we moved from admin in that position over to a civil technician. Also in 2021, was the capital works supervisor was eliminated, and a position was created for manager of operations, and then the manager of operations was given the title of director. Water and sewer technician position was created in operations. In 2022, headcount increased by 2 in the water treatment plant. In 2023, asset management position was split to capital works coordinator in operations and created the finance. So it moved from operations over to the finance. And in 2024, the buyer timekeeper position was eliminated and replaced with a purchasing assistant and treasurer, and planner was created. And then admin coordinator, new position was created in operations, and that was a move from the treasury. Roads patroller was created in 2024, and then we increased by one in the PCC. So I think just to summarize in short is that, yeah, there has been a lot of new positions created in the last 5, but nothing in administration in regards to the CEO clerk role. Just, I think it was basically just moving positions around in regards to treasury. So although everyone else has grown, our departments have not.
So I would repeat that I move that we postpone the mayor's motion to the call of the chair in consultation with the CAO.
Good second.
Seconder, Councillor Purcell. Oh, okay. Oh,
Just in terms of information.
yeah.
I did send the presentations for ADP to the treasurer and our CAO. If the CAO would please distribute that information to all of council, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, so we motion on the, go ahead, Mayor Gervais.
Well, I'm seconding Councillor Keel's motion.
Okay. Motion on the floor to postpone the motion. Those in favor? Carried. We'll take a 15-minute break now. Welcome back, everyone, to our 2025 City Pembroke budget deliberations. We had a motion on the floor which is postponed until our CEO has the information. So you don't have that information yet, CEO?
No, I have been able to locate the lien proposal, but I'm still trying to figure out the dollar amount. But it talked about training staff in lien management, talked about the Kazan approach, and there was a half-day training plus some additional. And what they've done, like it was Clarington and Whitby are the two organizations that had done it previously, and continue to do it. And they're just on the process, 30 to 50% savings in process.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll hand it back over to the treasurer, and we might have some questions still in the administration part. Thank you.
So I understand there's a few questions related to revenue. I know I did receive one email talking about the pricing related to our tax certificates because we're 50. Some other ones are 50, but they're Laurentian Valley is 60, Whitewater 65. So I understand there may be a few questions on the floor from Councillor Keel.
Councillor Keel?
Line 21 miscellaneous revenue, can I ask what is in miscellaneous revenue?
So I believe it's other fees, which would include because we charge a fee when we roll unpaid water sewer bills onto the tax roll. So it's just those little extra fees we charge that's in the admin fees and charges bylaw that doesn't have a place anywhere else.
On tax certificates, the treasurer nicely preempted my question. I would move that we increase tax certificates fees to $60 to match some of our neighbors.
Motion on the floor, seconder, Mayor Gervais. Increase tax certificates to $60. Discussion? Those in favor? Carried.
Lottery licenses. This might be more of an enforcement question, but it seems rather low for the number of lotteries that I see publicized in Pembroke. So I'm wondering if, I don't think I'm going to bring a motion or whatnot, but I'm wondering if there's anything that the city could do in that respect in terms of making sure that we're collecting the monies that we're to be collecting. And I'm not saying this in a rude way. I'm saying this because my understanding is that the reason we charge lottery licenses is that is specifically one of the gifts the provinces have given municipalities to try and raise revenue. So it just seems low to me. So I'm wondering if in 2025 we could do anything about that. I don't know if that's for the treasurer or the CAO or anybody else.
So I'd recommend staff direction to compare our fees to other municipalities. I have observed that the administration related to lottery, I think the cost of doing that exceeds the revenues that we collect. So I do feel it would be an appropriate time to review that. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to make a motion for that. I'll let staff figure that one out.
See, yeah, go ahead.
Marriage licenses. What fee do we currently charge for marriage licenses?
The fee is $125 for city residents and $150 for non.
And the marriage ceremony fees.
See, point of information, CAO.
Yeah, just as Angela is reviewing this. When the four mayors met, that was one of the things that we did talk about in regards to standardization of fees. And so I don't know if that could be part of it, but we were specifically talking about the Parks and Rec and have a standardized fee based potentially for that and building permits and things like that. So I'm not sure if that could be, but that was one of the things we talked about in our meeting.
Thank you. Yes?
So we do set the fees in consultation with what other area municipalities charge. Currently, our fee for a civil ceremony is $300. And if we have to provide witnesses, it's $25 per witness extra.
Okay. So I guess I'll just make a last comment in this section. I think we need to, in my opinion, start looking more at focusing on a user pay system. I mean, when there's certain aspects that the municipality, obviously roads, nobody uses specific roads, and the parks are of a general nature. But when it comes to our rental fees, when it comes to some of our other fees, I think first and foremost, we need to be making sure that the costs are covered. And I know that's a conversation I've had in my department, and we saw that with the recent, with one of the bylaws that we did, the vacancy bylaw. But I think, we have a lot of our population that, maybe they don't use Parks and Rec. Maybe they, they're not getting married anytime soon. We can't keep dipping into their pocket for items that other people are using. And I know there's always going to be pressures on everybody, but I think I think I've said it in past budget things, that I really think we need to start focusing on our revenues. Because at the end of the day, there's only so many things we can cut. There's only so much, it's the discussion that we just had, there's only so much growth in administration and payroll that we can stop before it becomes necessary. But the one thing that we can make sure is that, when people want to do certain activities, that they're paying to do those certain activities. So that's my final comment.
Mr. Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where would the revenue be for the fire permits, the new, is that included in the miscellaneous, or?
So through the chair, that's part of the fire services budget.
Okay, so it wouldn't be included in the general, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess the other staffing item that needs to be discussed is the deputy clerk position. So I'll pass the mic over to our CAO.
Okay, thank you. So again, as mentioned previously, oops, just lost my notes. There we go. We don't enter into these, discussions lightly, and certainly have reviewed and kind of exhausted some different opportunities. Prior to the current clerk being hired, it certainly was a stress on the previous clerk in her role. And one of the things that we were trying to do for, the start of the new council term was bring in a new procedure bylaw. And in the year and a half, we weren't able to do that just because of some of the other workloads. And seeing our previous clerk currently right now, she looks wonderful, and retirement is doing her well without the stress. And I think to the point of Councillor Purcell, the idea of this additional workloads does have a taxing on our staff. Just to go over some of the items, the most important relationship within a government or local government is that relationship between council and staff and public. And the clerk person is the individual that is right in that I guess the bottom of the middle of the hourglass and filtering all of that information. It is only one of a few positions actually that is in the Municipal Act, Section 228, that is legislated. There is only a few positions under the Municipal Act, and clerk is one of them that is legislated. just a reminder that Pembroke is a single tier, and the county of Renfrew is within the county of Renfrew and is one of the largest center. And just kind of, again, highlight how busy we are, if council doesn't realize it. Through our Clerks and Treasuries Association of Renfrew County, we have quarterly meetings, and we discuss items like joint training. We do some training, any networking, sharing of resources. So there's a meeting in Renfrew on this Thursday. The City of Pembroke will not have representation at that meeting just because of staff time. We're doing the reports for council on next Tuesday. So we will not have representation at this meeting. And so that really puts Pembroke in a bad light in my view, that we're not represented, although we're one of the largest municipalities in the Renfrew County. So the current workload, so I said reports and agenda preparation every 2 weeks, and that usually takes up predominantly the week of work just before council. The freedom of information, so this is really a new phenomenon. 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we might have got maybe 1, 2 a year. Now we usually get 1 or 2 a week or more. The initial response that could, take like 48 hours, 4 to 8 hours to prepare it. If they actually request the information and do that formal request, that's another 3 or 4 hours. And then, which, has happened on a few occasions, if they're not happy with the information that we receive, then they can go to the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario, and, that time and the possible of adjudication, another 4 to 8 hours. So in regards to workloads, to do any initiatives, and, two of the key initiatives that the council has talked about right from the beginning is transparency and accountability. And if you take a look at your strategic at a glance, two of the, it's highlighted in several of the pillars. So between the reports and agenda preparation and the freedom of information, it leaves little time to do anything else. So that's current forecast for 2025 and 2026. So we do have election coming up in 2026. So that work starts already. The clerk has already participated in a few meetings, and we're looking at a joint RFP for some of the services already. So that's already started. The other thing, that we've talked about several times is the procedural bylaw. We'd like to get that created. A new electronic agenda management and creating records management system. So all of those take staff time to do. And the other thing too we talked about was that this new role, the deputy clerk would also take on some of the legal duties that is currently done by the Treasury group. So, I appreciate all the comments that council has been making and said, well, have you taken a look at, resources elsewhere and within the city? And we have, and we've talked about some of that stuff and we have made changes. And the last comment I already shared was in regards to my discussions with the county and the four mayors. So, we are looking at different ways of offering services and seeing if we can, provide and help each other in different municipalities. But, I think it's a critical role. I'm trying to get freed up, to do some other, important initiatives. And then when we take a look at, which I think is a great idea, this lean, and certainly this could be rolled into that position, because I think it would be directed through my office. And talking to the clerk, she did have some lean training in Renfrew also. So open up to any questions.
Questions, comments, motions, Councillor Keel, then Purcell, and then the mayor.
So this one, I would say, for the benefit of anybody outside the organization looking at these deliberations, obviously as a new councillor, coming in, you sort of, I think, filter from the top down. So, I've certainly gotten to know you, Dave, quite well, and our former clerk and now our new clerk or whatnot. And I mean, it's my position that I don't think you're just working to the hilt. I think you've done more than normal hours of work time in a week. So this one for me is hard not to support. I do have concerns, and I don't mean concerns with staff. I mean legitimate time concerns, that there are initiatives that council is looking for. I know for a fact there's initiatives that I very much support and am looking for, but I don't know when staff would have the time to do it. I mean, obviously dealing with the recent social issues and whatnot that I know, Dave, that's largely fell on your plate, and that there's been many meetings, where you're dealing with the homelessness and the warming center and those issues. And it's keeping you away from other internal issues here at City Hall. So I find it hard not to support this one. But I say that because I've seen how much you're working. I've seen how much Heidi and now Victoria is working. And stuff isn't getting done. And again, it has nothing to do with staff ability. It has to do with the fact that we can't legislate more hours into a day. There's only so many working hours, and I want the two of you to be at home every now and then. So I take adding staff very seriously, and obviously it's very expensive. That's why we're spending all the time on this one. But on this one, I don't know how we can actually get things done. And I'm not going to speak for Councillor Purcell, but I know even just some of the efficiency stuff and that he and I in particular have been looking for since we got here. I know staff have to implement it. You can't just wave a wand and have a new file management system. In terms of getting a new procedural bylaw, I've wanted one from before the day I was sworn in, but I know that some staff member in the City Hall, even if you're stealing one from a municipality, you still got to go through it and make it work for Pembroke. I mean, there's no exact template out there that you can just steal one without any editing or whatnot. I mean, you still have to go through it. And at the end of the day, even if a new procedural bylaw was stolen from a municipality, you then have to get it passed by at least 4 of us. And my understanding is there's a wide range of thoughts on what should be in our new procedural bylaw. So again, even if you did steal one, you're still going to bring it to the council table, and we're going to send you to the drawing board to make it the way that we, the 7 of us at this point want it. So I'm inclined to have to support this one. And I don't say that grudgingly. I say it because I think it's needed. I don't know what else, I don't know what outsourcing we can do in the clerk role. And the one other thing that I will say now that I remember is I know we're not the only municipality dealing with FOI requests. In my other role as a lawyer, I know there's other, including local municipalities, that frankly, I don't want to call them illegitimate FOI requests, because anybody can submit one, but some of them are vindictive FOI. Like, the people are purposely filing requests with the intention of gumming up our municipality and causing staff time. Like, they're purposely doing it for a negative reason, not because they're looking for information, but because they're trying to get back at the municipality. And so to hear that our FOI requests have increased to that to that level. I do wonder what some of the motivation is. I would love if it was just an interest in our democracy, but I got a feeling not all of them are positively intended. And again, I know other municipalities locally are seeing that exact same thing. And legislatively, we have to respond to FOI requests. We can't ignore them. So, you know, if that's taking up hours upon hours upon hours upon hours of our clerk's time, there's nothing we as a council can do about that. That until the province maybe recognizes that their freedom of information legislation is not being used in an appropriate way and gives us some tools to maybe manage that, we literally can't do anything but have our clerk go through those FOI requests. So that might not be something that we've done, but it's a reality that we have to respond to when the requests come in. So I'm inclined to support this position.
Mr. Purcell, and then I have Mayor Gervais.
Thanks, Chair. I guess my question is in terms of whose role is it to collect the information for FOI requests? So if I look at the Freedom of Information and Protection Privacy Act or the Municipal Act, it doesn't state who does the searches for the information and compiles the information. So I just think that maybe there's a better way to go about this and looking at an admin assistant that reports directly to the clerk to provide that administrative role. That would also reduce the amount of dollars that we'd have to spend, and also that's a deputy clerk position. That's a high-paying position. As it results to FOI info gathering, I mean, does that say something in terms of our electronic records management processes are broken, where we can't find the data efficiently? So I just have these questions, right? So this kind of all goes into maybe that, you know, maybe we need to look at a better way in terms of doing business, and maybe we need a consultant to come in and provide us some guidance in terms of where we want to be. Yeah, I mean, when we look for documentation such as old bylaws, some of them I believe are in the vault downstairs, I believe, and you know, they haven't been scanned. You know, there's no electronic records of things, so I'm sure that probably contributes quite heavily to your, you know, your search for information, right? It's just trying to find the information. But I question how much is actually required in terms of the professionalism of the clerk in regards to searching for information and, you know, looking for information, putting those requests out there or gathering information. Why does it have to be the clerk? So I'm not prepared to support the position. I am prepared to support a position that would help with the FOIs in terms of gathering the information, allowing the clerk to perform clerk activities and not administrative type of activities. And that goes for every position. It's got to sit right? We don't pay professionals to, I don't know, to, you know, in terms of going out and shoveling snow in front of the walkway, right? We have people to do that. That's their role. So, you know, this is more of an administrative task, and I think that needs to sit with administration, and the administration, it sits with an administrative assistant, so.
Mayor Gervais?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for the treasurer. So in the package that we received, and at the risk of asking a stupid question, but I'm trying to understand, in the one sheet, it mentions, for instance, for the deputy clerk, starting in April, that the cost is $83,375. When I look at the package, when I go to the deputy clerk position, what it would look like in terms of a request form, and it says 2025 is that same number, 83,375, but then 2026 goes down to 27,795. And when I look at the other positions, they're all the same. 2025 is the number that matches, but 2026 drops significantly. And I'm at the risk of asking a stupid question. I'm just trying to figure out why in 2026 for all the positions it would be less.
So through the chair, so that's the incremental impact on the next year's budget. So that would be the levy increase for next year's budget. Because we're, as you mentioned earlier, we'd only be paying for, let's say, 2/3. So that's the remaining third that would impact a levy increase in the following budget year.
Thank you. So then, for this particular position, it would go from 83,000 to 83,000 plus another 27,000 on top of that.
Correct. So that's the salary plus the benefits. So that includes health plan, dental plan, long-term disability plan, and OMERS.
Okay, thank you. So I don't take away from anything that Councillor Keel and Councillor Purcell have said in terms of, I know all staff work hard. I know any of us come in and we're trying to discuss certain things and do discuss certain things, and the staff are always going full bore, and I get that. It's just, now that you've explained what it is, now I know that second line is the two of them combine, and all I can say is wow, in terms of an amount.
Frenier?
Through the chair, another difficult one. So not to take away from any of the hard work anybody does in any way. Our present municipal clerk is doing a great job. She's fairly new in the position. I know her predecessor was having a hard time juggling the workload as well. I know that. I think the demands on staff, as I said previously today, are higher. This has been a difficult 2 years so far because the optics publicly, are such a high profile and a lot of stress involved in some of the things that we do or talk about. I'm just wondering, I like Councillor Purcell's idea about maybe just an admin assistant, taking off a lot of that stuff that the municipal clerk basically is overskilled to perform. So she can focus on really what needs to be done and is in her expertise where it may not be in an admin assistant. But I'm just, either I'd support that, or I would support a part-time deputy clerk. But I don't know if you could even attract one, but you never know. There's a lot of professionals out there now retiring very young. 53, I don't know. I'm just thinking part-time, 20 hours a week, take the brunt of it off, not the brunt, but support in a great way. So I'm just looking at the number, as the mayor says, pretty high number to bring someone on staff. And I mean, if we brought someone part-time, maybe later on we could revisit it if it's still way too much. But is it 20 hours a week too much? Or is it 40 hours a week too much that our staff are working? I know in my previous employer, if we asked for an extra person, it meant that we weren't getting a lot done, and I know that's happening now. But how much isn't getting done? Is it 10 hours a week isn't getting done? Is it 20 hours a week that isn't getting done? Because if we hire a full-time person, then, I don't know, that's 40 hours. I don't know if it's 35 or 40 they work, but I just want to look at it with a broader lens. Either we get a lower paying position, admin assistant, that can take the agendas possibly off and stuff like that, or like I said, part-time. And that's my opinion.
Keel?
Yeah, so just to clarify, it's 35. So with respect to an admin, so we already do have an admin reporting through to the clerk. And so my concern would be is that if you provide another admin, you wouldn't get the skill set, especially too if you're talking about possibly someone with lean background, someone that has change management background, and has some support, really in essence to fill in as the clerk if the clerk is on holidays, which the individual is allowed to take holidays. So you're not going to get that expertise if it's downgraded to an administrator, and it be like half time. Yeah, you're not going to get the expertise in that. So yeah, if there's any questions.
Purcell?
Just to have a better appreciation, how many hours during the week would it take to process average FOI requests? I know it depends on the situation, But how much of the week would you spend, like, in terms of a 40-hour work week? I'm just curious to see, just to even taking that off the plate in terms of what that would look like.
Yeah, well, that's the that I did provide earlier. So the initial response usually takes about 4 to 8, not 48 hours to prepare. And the clerk is right here to correct me. That's just to prepare the initial, another 3 to 4 hours if they actually go ahead and proceed with it. And then, as I said, like there seem to be, more appeals, and so that goes to the Information and Privacy Commissioner, and, that's taking up to days. So I'm going to pass it over to the clerk to.
Thanks, Laura. I'll grab the mic. Yes, to speak to CAO Unrow's point, he is correct, and it differentiates based on requests. Some are simple, some are not. There's a number of highly regulated correspondence that have to be sent out, so every step of the way has to be documented meticulously because of set of appeals that often do come through. Some FOI files are this big, some are this big. It's the correspondence piece. It's the constant contact with the requesters who tend to drop by unannounced, call multiple times a day, email multiple times a day, and we are legislated to respond to them each and every time. And then just to speak to having an admin handle the workload. I'm going to be frank, I don't necessarily know if that's fair. A lot of these individuals are highly agitated. They have a lot of really legally intricate questions with the legislation. The clerk is head of the FOI process legislatively. So I don't necessarily know if it would be that fair at that level of staffing to put that stress on that employee. I will note the clerk, in my role, I correspond within the corporation. Employees are really good to get documents, search documents back. It's the appeal piece that we have to prove that we've searched everything. We've got to track every single step along the way. And then there's one point myself to put it all together and be confident in the legislation knowledge and application and report out on that, and then deal with the IPC when we get calls back questioning reasonable searches, so on and so forth. So absolutely fair question. It sounds simple, yet there's a lot of complexities and steps along the way.
Councillor Purcell.
I'm just trying to put it in perspective, because I managed health services for 4,000 individuals up at CNL, and administrative assistant would actually deal with individuals that were denied benefits. You want to see aggressive individuals once they're denied benefits. Denied WSIB, all those kinds of things. So I hear what you're saying, but you have to give them the skill set to actually perform that work activity. But I do think that, a lot of the tasks that I'm hearing are strictly admin in nature that could be reviewed by the clerk and not performed by the clerk, but reviewed and then provided feedback to the administrative assistant to further respond, or if it's satisfactory, then submit. But just uploading agendas into just the multiple emails that we get, that must be just time consuming, right?
She assists with that as well in a great
Yeah.
capacity.
Yeah.
But she's off this week and I'm
Yeah.
Our admin assistant also greatly assists with compilation of agenda management, which when we enter into electronic agenda management will be reduced significantly. There's still a lot of work in compiling, checking, vetting all the reports. So just saying, our admin assistant is off this week, and I'm greatly feeling her absence. She's entitled to holidays. We wish her all the best and to enjoy her time off as deserved. But that then puts myself, I can't attend that meeting that CEO Unraw alluded to. And again, I'm working on compiling the agenda as we speak. So it's, there's a lot of work. Everyone does a lot, and the extra help would be greatly appreciated. And succession planning, for whatever reason, say I get sick or something during elections, if I'm not here, I'm not quite sure who's going to step in. I'm not allowed, very healthy, but it's a very, very evident gap. I come from a municipality that's half our size and has a deputy clerk that I leaned on a lot for help along the way. And again, to teach her, she's now going to be doing elections without myself, but she was a very intricate part of it last session. So she'll be off to the races with it this time around.
Again, is the municipality prepared to spend, $100,000, $1 million in 10 years for one position? I would prefer to see, even if we just hire a term admin assistant just to see if that helps, and then reassess next year. But I think that's a big ask, and I'm just not prepared to support that.
Well, we've spoken on that quite a bit. Do we have yes, Mayor Gervais?
Just a question. So further to what Councillor Purcell is saying, do we know what a reasonable number might be if we were to go down the admin assistant route, so that a motion could be made to remove what I understand to be for 2025 the 83,375, but instead leave a sum of money that would appropriately fund what Councillor Purcell is talking about, but I don't know what that number is.
So I could do that at lunchtime and provide that information after that break.
We'll deal with the deputy clerk staffing after lunch. Okay, moving right along.
Okay, so that brings us to the election budget, unless there's any further questions on the admin budget that we have not covered yet. Okay, everybody looks good. Okay, so the election budget is increasing by almost $2,500. That's just a housekeeping item. We do put $15,000 into a reserve every year to fund the election. And that's just to spread the impact so that it's not such a big hit in one year. But we have not been budgeting for the maintenance of the voting list. And that's something that should be budgeted for every year. That's an annual cost. So that's just a housekeeping item to include that. The HR and purchasing budget, again, you're seeing a decrease in salaries because the one headcount was removed from this budget, the buyer timekeeper position. It's being replaced by a half body related to benefits administration. In terms of revenue, I do charge HR costs out to water, sewer, as well as to water and sewer, just to make sure that our water sewer rates are fair in terms of the level of service that they receive from this central function. I guess the other item of note is it has been requested in this budget cycle to have a formal budget for health and safety. So currently it's up to each department to manage it. I know this year we have had some health and safety lapse. There's certainly, I think, a need to have everybody on our health and safety committee fully trained, and certainly having a central budget where that we can track, keep up to date with everybody, and make sure that the training is done on a timely basis, I think will help improve the health and safety function of the city overall. So, so I'll pause there and pass it over.
Questions, comments, motions? Oh, yes, Mayor Sherby.
Just a quick question. So if it's being, as I noted over the years, if you move something out of one or you put it into the other one, but you note where it's being tracked, so if it's being added to a central location, is all the other budgets being decreased because it's no longer in their budget?
And so I think the problem is that because it's a ancillary kind of training to the other budgets, like the focus is on those that require licensing for their for their operator's license and whatnot. And so this has always been like a secondary that's kind of been lost in translation, which I think is why such a number of employees lapse their health and safety and now have to do the full recertification again. Okay, so the next budget to discuss is municipal property. So this is where we have the building maintenance budgets for City Hall, Victoria Hall, the grinds, as well as other municipal property like the annex. So in this year's budget, we are looking, we did in the past, I'm going to say year-ish, year and a half, moved responsibility for the City Hall and Victoria Hall to our CBO, who's done a fabulous job, I think, looking at like working with the seniors, looking at what's needed in each building and really putting a focus. So prior to that, this was an extra job amongst the many jobs that the recreation department had. So certainly these buildings didn't necessarily get the focus that they need, being older historical buildings. So there is I would say at this point, a backlog in just general maintenance repair items that we need to do. With the City Hall for this coming year, we do need to do in addition to like the regular, doing some painting and carpeting and that kind of thing, we do need to install a proper access door to the third floor roof to be able to maintain our air conditioning units, which is one of the reasons why, because some of our systems are hard to access, so they don't necessarily get maintained because they're hard to access. So we are looking to improve some of that, and we are looking to improve the security around the perimeter of the building. So we have installed more lighting this year. Next year, we do want to close off the laneway to traffic because it's dangerous when you're coming out the side door and cars are coming down the laneway. So this will be a benefit because we'll be able to gain an accessible parking spot at the front of the laneway, which is on our accessibility plan. We don't have enough easy to access accessibility parking. And as well, we're looking at doing some fencing of some of the key infrastructure in the back as part of that budget. Looking at Victoria Hall, I know we've had to do quite a bit of emergency repairs, and we expect that's going to continue as we look at some of the accessibility. I know we've had some railings loose, need to be replaced. So we are expecting to have to continue some of that work into Victoria Hall as well. For the grinds, I have added a budget for legal fees of $25,000. This one is really difficult to estimate, and obviously we can't talk about this in open council, but we should expect some legal fees to cover whatever's going to happen next. And as well, just a few small changes in other municipal property. I believe the annex furnace is going to need to be replaced in 2025, which is part of that maintenance and repair budget on line 71. Are there any questions about buildings?
Councillor Lafreniere, then I have Councillor Keel.
Just a quick question about the laneway. So just closing it off to traffic, but individuals to still be able to come all the way up? Okay, because otherwise we'd have to keep that basement door open possibly, right? Yeah. Okay. Just a small question. Thank you.
Councillor Keel.
Obviously, as you just said, without going into specifics on those legal fees, my guesstimate would be 25,000 is extremely low. I would have thought at least 75,000. I don't know if the mayor wants to comment, but 25,000 I think is, based on what I know, not even in the realm of likelihood, unless something were to change. But I think that's my only. What is the annex?
So through the chair, that's the building across from the grind. That's the only building that rec has to store their equipment. And what is it? It's the garage that's across the street.
It has a furnace? Okay.
Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It used to be a sign company, so Wyatt has a furnace. But in respect to line 60, without getting too far into it, I agree, and I know we're trying to work the budget the other way. But if the purpose of having an accurate budget without relying upon the contingency, which is supposed to be contingency for, I would hope, other things. I don't know if it'll survive this or not, but I would move that line 60 be increased to 75,000.
Seconder, Councillor Keel. Discussion? Do you want to comment on it? No. Comments? Motion on the floor, 75, is the motion to increase it by 75,000?
To increase it to a total
two,
of
okay.
75, so it's an extra 50,000.
Okay, those in favor? Carried. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Keel, or Councillor Purcell.
First of all, I'd just like to thank everyone for incorporating the accessibility advisory recommendations. So I appreciate that. And I do think it's also a safety issue, not only for traffic, but also those large icicles that tend to happen in the spring, falling from the roof. I'm sure that wouldn't be a nice WSIB claim to file. So yeah, I think that's great, and I appreciate the work that we're doing in terms of some of our buildings, and I know that you know, that we're getting them back up to you know, a status that I think is appropriate. So kudos to everyone for their support for that.
Okay, so we're going to skip ahead because our CAO can't be with us tomorrow. So we want to make sure to cover off all of his items today. So we're going to move ahead to page 72 and discuss the economic development budget. So essentially, I'll go through it all and then we can circle back. So the third staffing request is in relation to the economic development budget, where an investment attraction officer has been proposed. Given the MAT tax, I have moved 50% of the tourism social media position down into tourism to more appropriately reflect the dollars that we spend on tourism at the city. So that's why you're not seeing a big adjustment on line 20 in terms of the total salaries in this section. So I guess other items, we are expecting, I guess, a similar spend on the community improvement plan as the previous year, with a city contribution of $37,500. We are looking to increase our marketing spend on promotion, and that's related to boosted posts on our social media, Google Ads to try to attract investments, as well as other, you know, banners and materials, as well as traditional media. So that would be on line 59 on page 73. We do expect to continue operating the partnership events. That's the Community Expo through the city next year, and that budget has just been increased, but is offset to zero, just based on the actual 2024 expenses. In terms of tourism and culture, I do have a whole new section, or an expanded section related to tourism and culture. So I actually do have a slide for that. No. Okay. So, as presented by Mr. McEwen, obviously, the MAT revenues that we collect is going to be based on the occupancy rate of our area hotels. If the new Suites Hotel gets installed, I imagine that will impact the MAT collected as well. So it would increase. So we've basically gone with the middle number for this year's budget. So we've estimated 320,000. Obviously, we'll see as the year progresses how that tracks. We didn't want to be overly conservative. We didn't want to be overly aggressive. But again, how much we actually collect will depend on the occupancy rate at the city next year. Lots of different ways to spend that money. So 50% of it has to be spent, it has to go to the Ottawa Valley Tourism Association, and we have an agreement where this extra funding will be spent on Pembroke-related promotion. The legislation requires that we maintain our current level of funding for city tourism costs. So if I look at last year's budget, we spent $136,000 and change on tourism. So everything above that, we could cover through MAT tax. So that's what I've done with this budget. So that's why at the end of this section, you'll see that we're out of tax dollars, including the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association membership, we're contributing $136,270 to this activity. So that amount will remain frozen from now on. We do have a pretty big birthday coming up. So the city will celebrate its 150th sesquicentennial in 2028. So we are proposing to set aside some funding for that, and as well as having a legacy project that we do that would come to conclusion at the same time. So staff is proposing that we create two new reserves. One where we would set aside $10,000 a year from the mat we collect to go towards special celebrations in 2028, and the balance to go towards tourism-related infrastructure, which we would like to go ahead and essentially upgrade Coronation Park. So Coronation Park, as it stands now, is sort of an underutilized gem in the heart of downtown. We do have some infrastructure issues with it right now, in that the staircase leading down to this park is in very bad shape, and we need to replace it. And as well, we do need to look at the retaining wall along that section of the park. So we do have some work that we already need to do. The city staff have in the past made applications to grant programs. While they have not been successful, I think the plan, like the rough idea of a plan for this park is, I think would be a really nice addition to the downtown. So the plan itself would be to, in addition to making it a more accessible entryway into this side of the park, would be to do a formal pathway, accessible with landscaping upgrades, new equipment, and sort of transform this park into, you know, what it is now, to like an accessible centerpiece in the downtown, and enhance our attractiveness and help support downtown revitalization. So as we'll see in the capital budget, we do have an amount set for this. We don't plan, I don't think if it's approved by council, that we would spend it all in the first year. What we're seeing is a 4-phase project, where we would update the stairs, ramp, and walkway in 2025. We would install new lighting in 26. We would look at park features in 27, and we would do final, fountain planter upgrades in 2028. Kind of leading into the birthday, we could potentially combine 27 and 28 if we want to make sure everything's done before any big events we might have planned. I know at one time we talked about having a Pembroke sign. I understand from the grant application that sign itself is maybe $70,000. So I don't know if that's in the plan. Obviously, this is a concept at this point. We'd have to come back to talk more formally about what kind of design exactly and what kind of artwork, fountain features we'd want to have down there in addition to planters. But at least this is for discussion, where staff are proposing to use the MAT tax money, understanding there's a lot of different ways that we can spend it. In this way, we're doing work we have to do, and as well beautifying an existing park to, create improve attractiveness in the downtown core. So in addition to those reserve contributions at the bottom, we do have collection costs. There'll be a one-time fee of $3,000 next year, and then some annual collection fees from the Hotel and Motel Association that will be managing collection of the mat for us, as well as some of the normal spending that we do in terms of digital video ads on Google, TikTok, and as well as some of our directional signage. For communications, we are completing procurement of a public engagement tool. So there will be annual costs related to that, but we'll be able to provide the public with, I think, much better organization and information regarding our projects. I do plan on putting a transit in there. We can certainly have roads projects and other areas where we need public engagement onto this site. So we're really excited to roll that out in the new year. And we are looking at doing increased mail outs with some of the city billing that we do every quarter. I guess the final item to point out on the last page, page 76, is that once again, the ECDEV department is asking for funding of $40,000 to conduct a CIP review. So this is to review the program as it stands and as well as assess new categories of the program that could be introduced. So are there any questions?
Councillor Keel and then Councillor Lafreniere.
Well, not that finance and administration wasn't exciting, but I think this is a bit more happy news. So I'll start with the ECDEV person. I'm going to put my full force and support behind that one. At the end of the day, our economic development department is to, economically develop the city. They're supposed to be one of the departments that is bringing stuff into the city, whether it's businesses that pay taxes, whether it's people that are coming in that then spend into the local economy. Our tourism department also taking a part of that as well. Sitting on the economic development committee with the mayor, I know how absolutely hard Heather and Elijah work for us. And it astounds me actually that they're able to accomplish what they can accomplish. But we're asking so much more of them. I know the CIP program, Heather has reported to the Economic Development Department that it's on her radar. She knows it's on her radar, but she hasn't been able to get to it. Right now, we are conducting a BR&E study, a business retention and expansion study, that she is essentially doing on her own with a few volunteers. There was supposed to be, I think there was a grant for someone to assist her on that one, but that person is not available any longer. So she's basically doing that study on her own, and it's an important study. It's it's hearing from our local businesses who frankly pay us a lot in taxes. And this is one of the ways that we get to help our local businesses by learning from them what their needs are, what they're looking forward to, and economic development doesn't happen on its own. I know there's a lot of business programs out there. The PBIA does great work for the downtown, but in terms of the City of Pembroke's economic strategy, the city needs to be at the forefront of that strategy. So one of the things Heather and I have talked about is that at the moment we currently lack a strategic plan for our economic development. Economic development, if you look at the city's strategic plan, they're essentially footnotes. Heather would love to have a full strategic economic plan for where the city's going. And again, that strategic plan, that development of our local economy feeds right back into us through taxation, through spending in our local economy. So when I look at our overall budget, we spend very, very little on economic development, when I think it should be one of our main focuses. So of all of these staff that are being requested this year, this one to me is one of the most important. This is going to, the proposal is that this is one of the people that we're going to actually be sending out to try and bring people into the city of Pembroke. That kind of outreach, other municipalities are doing it. I mean, when you go to our own expo fairs and whatnot, we have other local municipalities with booths there. They're trying to recruit. They're trying to spread the word for their municipality. And I don't say this, again, I'm always worried about sounding like it's critical, but when we're staffing our Pembroke booth, you know, with summer students and things like that, that's not the same impact as if we had a professional who can talk about the city, that can grab a business owner and say, do you know about all the land that's shovel ready out in the industrial park? So I'm going to be fully behind this one. I think this is tremendously important. I think this is an investment in the city. And I mean an actual investment in terms of we put some money out to have this economic development person. If they do their job, and I'm going to sit here and presume that everybody we're talking about hiring is going to do their job. If they do their job, that is going to be a lot more money coming back into the city. So I strongly support this one. And with respect to the Coronation Park, I couldn't be happier to see this. I think I've spoken with the CAO. I think I spoke with the mayor as early as last year that this would be a great, you know, oftentimes big birthdays, you do have a project, and I think this is a great one. Recently on Facebook, there's been pictures of Coronation Park from, I believe there's no Lake Street Bridge. That's how old that picture was. It was a very nice park, and it had a pathway through it and whatnot. So I think this is great. But the other thing I will say about legacy projects, especially for birthdays, is I wouldn't suspect that this will be entirely on our backs here at the City of Pembroke. I think if done right, and you know, I spoke to the mayor. I said at some point in time prior to 2028, we probably should have a birthday committee set up. I think if we do this right, we can get donations, we can get buy-in from the community, that this is our big birthday project, and I think we could offset by thousands and thousands of dollars some of the costs that are being proposed here, because when you call something a legacy project and you mean it, that this is something we are building for the future of the people of Pembroke. Just like we did with our waterfront, and you know, around the table, I think only Councillor Giacono was there when the funding and the project at the waterfront was going on in the late 90s. There was great buy-in by the city of Pembroke and by local businesses, and I think if council's wishes to move forward with this as a legacy project, I think we'll have great buy-in for that as well. So I'm very excited to see that one.
Thank you. Councillor Lafreniere?
I love this idea, the proposed legacy project. I guess my only comments would be the MAT tax isn't here yet. It starts January 1st. So we haven't really collected any money in our purse yet. So I don't believe that we should be, you know, spending it before we have it, or even budgeting before we have it. Till it's in the house, I would rather not budget it to be spent, because it's going to be collected over the months. So, I mean, these numbers aren't even going to be in our purse till the end of next December. I sit on the tourism culture meeting, and we're the ones that discussed the MAT tax and brought it to council. And it has representation from some of the people that contribute to this MAT tax, the hotels that bought into it. And we discussed you know, what our vision was, along with the criteria of how you can spend it. You just can't spend it on anything you want. There has to be certain stipulations. But I know part of the discussions at that level have been recreation. They know that going forward, we're going to need a lot of capital improvements in our recreational facilities. And this is a substantial amount of money that's going to be coming into the city. That is new revenue that we don't see all the time. So their only fear was they didn't want it to displace money that would have been spent from another budget anyway, if it was under, you know, operations or something of that nature. But the recreational facilities definitely are a draw to our community for Silver Stick, for many different things. People come into the community to use our pool, our ice facilities, our parks. So I just don't want to lose sight of this council has not made a direct commitment as to where that money's gone. And although I agree with this project, I just want to plant that seed, because council should make some criteria for how we're going to spend, just not look at it as pennies from heaven every time it comes into the city and just randomly spend it. It should be very designated, and we all know the needs in our recreational facilities. And I'm just going to say that. That being said, the outline I see in front of me for 2025 to fix the stairs, ramp, and walkway of 280,000, if I could pose a question to the chair, am I going to see that in this budget somewhere? I am. And it's not here yet. So, you know, personally, I'd really rather just see that moved up a year, 2026, when we have money in our pockets, proceed with the stairs, ramp, and walkway, and just move everything a year, because I'm sure that that 2027 one could be looped in with 2026. So we could compile it, but not start this till next year. Because even the committee said we shouldn't start spending it before it's here. So anyway, that's my recommendation. And I'm going to put a motion on that we revise this proposed Parks Legacy project to begin in 2026. And maybe just combining those smaller amounts, the 55 and the 35, or the 40 and 35, something like that, but happening over a 3-year period. Thank you.
We have a motion, CEO? Okay, motion on the floor, seconder for the motion?
The money's not here.
Okay, no seconder. CEO? Then we'll have Councillor Gervais, or Mayor Gervais speak.
No, I was, the comment I had was just in regards to the condition of the stairs. I wasn't sure if we'd have to close them if we don't do the repairs in 2025, but that's a moot point now.
The stairs have been in bad shape for at least 15 years. So I'm just thinking one more year, we're spending money we don't have yet. We won't have it. That's my point.
Okay. Councillor, or Mayor Ron Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A number of different points, and I don't want to belabor anything because certainly Councillor Keel spoke very well about a number of the different points. I'm going to pick up where Councillor Frenier ended off. So when the Tourism Advisory Committee met, staff informed us that staff wishes to prepare a policy for council's review and decision as to the appropriate use of MAT tax funds. And the committee, I think, my recollection supported that way forward, being an advisory committee, but nonetheless supported that. And as Councillor Fernie says, there is membership on there that is from the hotels, and it's in part, I think, trying to, you're going to charge this tax, well, what is it being used on, and is it being utilized on something that doesn't appear to be a money grab? It's actually being used on something that will promote tourism, which is what the point of that is. So anyways, so that's what we were told, that's what we discussed at the advisory committee, and as I recall, is that staff were going to prepare a report with some sort of policy to come to that committee so that we could have a look at it, kick it around and so forth before it came to council. So that's my recollection on that point. The point that Councillor Lafreniere is saying is quite correct, as the committee said and staff supported at that committee, is that the recommendation is not to spend it before you even have it. So that's that particular point. In terms of the anniversary, I confirm what Councillor Keel is saying. We've had discussions. I can tell you that terms of reference for a committee are being worked on. There's been discussions with the clerk, another task in terms of staff, the clerk and Ms. Rappin, in terms of coming up with an anniversary committee so that it could come to council and say, okay, so do we create, and I'm cognizant of the fact that it's going to go over two terms, like two different terms, but nonetheless having a committee so that there's some direction, some council input and I fully support having a legacy project, but if you're going to start, you know, there's been other anniversaries before and there's books that have been published and so forth, and so what is it that council wants to do? So have a committee and appropriately deal with that one. The CIP, I wholeheartely agree. I know last year staff came to us and wanted a consultant in respect to the CIP, and we said no. Staff said that they had the ability to do it, but it would be a matter of time, and that's what the problem is a matter of time. And so I support having, if there's assistance needed to do it, then that's what we need to do. And it brings me then to the position. So I wholeheartedly support the position. I know that I have conversations with Councillor Keel being on PDAC, conversations with the tourism individual as well as the economic development individual. I know, as Councillor Keel, without belaboring it, is wholeheartedly looking at the BRE item right now because of the consultant no longer being available, and everything else is taking a backstage. And so when we talk about money coming in to the city, that's what we want, is more money, because then you can pay for additional positions and so forth. And without getting into specifics, the PDAC did discuss a potential very large employer coming here, but we need the resources to continue to pursue that particular employer and doing what is necessary to actually get them here and not in another municipality. But if the focus is on BRE, which is extremely important too, you want to retain who you got, but there's only one person. And as has been pointed out to myself many different times, including a former mayor talking to me about this, is the issue of messaging. So those two departments push out messaging, and let's face it, the newspaper isn't a daily anymore, and unless one looks at the Eganville Leader and so forth, so then it becomes entirely important. And it was the situation last term, it's the situation this term, of staff preparing media and pushing out media messaging because the reporters aren't coming to us anymore. We need to push it out. And the problem is that each department does work on a certain amount of messaging, but they're taxed. And so really then it falls on the backs of these two individuals. And if some days there isn't any messaging going out. When I look at social media, there isn't any messaging, and that's not a criticism. It's just they didn't have any time to do any messaging that day. Whereas I look at the county, I look at other municipalities, and they're talking about freezing rain risks, or this is going on, and or just even tourism items to try and draw the public in, and it's not happening. Why? Because there is no time to do it. So that's why I throw my support behind an additional individual that would be able to push some of these other projects through, because we have PDAC meetings, and it's okay. So since the last time, I'm still working on this item, and yes, I know there's all these grocery list items that you want done. I don't have time to do them. I'm trying to get to them, and unfortunately, perhaps we lose this one particular individual, this one particular company, simply because we're not continuing to press them. We made an inroad. You got to continue to press them, and it's not happening because there just isn't the time to do it. So I wholeheartedly support what is being said in terms of the position. And yes, there's items, going around, I guess, as well. If you looked at the anniversary terms of reference potentially as a I don't know if it is in terms of economic development, and perhaps then it gets pulled away from Ms. Rappin and the clerk to this person. I don't know, but it would free up and push those items through, which money in, then you can spend it. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell, then Councillor Giacono.
Again, I'm not prepared to support a full-time position, and I don't know why we can't look at a one-year contract for an individual in economic development, allow that individual to prove to this council that they are effective in terms of bringing business and executing in terms of those activities before we have a large increase in terms of a wage. I mean, I understand the concerns, but also, this one individual, why can't they do the CIP study? Why do we have to pay $40,000 for a consultant to do a CIP study? Keep it simple, stupid, right? It's just getting out to the businesses and saying, hey, this is within the prior CIP. Accessibility might have to stay, and looking at maybe some of the security enhancements. That's all it has to be. Why does it make it so difficult? It's a $40,000 hit in terms of investment for on top of a full-time position. This should be incorporated in the activities of that one individual that's there to provide those types of services. It boggles my mind. So put those two together. That's a lot of dollars for this municipality. Why don't we look at a contracted position for 1 year, assess after the 1 year, and if it's meeting our needs, we extend the contract, or we go out for full-time. I think we need to start thinking differently. And again, it's about the full-time position piece, because that's a huge liability for this organization moving forward. I don't know how many times I've asked in terms of council meetings, in terms of bring me the information, in terms of what ECDev has, in terms of brought businesses in here. I haven't received very little information in regards to those requests. How successful have you been thus far? What's an additional person going to do? What's the expectation? Can that person do the CIP study? Why not? You know, why does it have to be a permanent position? Why can't it be a one-year contract position with an opportunity to extend? And then that way there, you know, again, if we have somebody that's not working out, there's an end to that relationship as well. So, and that's just like any other business does their work right now. Start treating this organization as a business, because it is a business.
Are you making a motion?
I will make a motion that we look at an economic development individual for a one-year term position, and they will also complete, part of their duties would be the completion of the CIP study.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Lafreniere? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, speaking to it. Councillor Jagano, then Councillor Keel, then I'll speak.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I know a number of years ago in the 90s, the economic development person of the day, along with the economic development person from Petawawa, and the deputy mayor of the day received a special budget from the city of Pembroke to travel to Whiteshell in Manitoba to try and recruit some folks in the nuclear industry that because they were decommissioning Whiteshell, nuclear facility. Due to those efforts, it's my belief that we recruited at least 60 families to come and move here. So when you look at the impact of 60 families, buying 60 vehicles, shopping in the grocery store, 60 families buying groceries for 60 families, 60 taxation bills, that's a lot of revenue. And I believe that happened because of the impact of that particular economic development officer going to Whiteshell with the preparation of a beautiful film about Pembroke and Petawawa. They spent a few bucks, but we brought those people back. Now, those people could have worked anywhere in the world. They were highly skilled. They could have worked in England. They could have worked in Australia. They could have worked in the United States. They decided to come here based on the sell of the beauty of the community and the area. They wanted to know, did you have a hospital? Did you have a library? Did you have a church? Did you have any of those facilities? And most importantly, what did you have for the wives? It's not about the guys, it's the wives, because the wives have the children. Did you have a pool? That was a big question. And I believe the sell was done by that. And I've met those people in the community. Nuclear physicist that was here, came here. Afterwards, they contributed socially to the community as well. One female individual was a graduate from the Moscow Conservatory of Music, set up a music class to teach children piano. So the whole community benefited as a whole based on that. So as Councillor Keel had mentioned, it is so important. And what benefits from that, when some of those people retired, they opened businesses here. So they just didn't retire and leave. They contributed and continue to contribute to the community. And I think you have to have somebody that knows the area. I appreciate what Councillor Purcell is saying, about dollars taxation. You hire a person part-time. I mean, they have to know the community. They have to understand, they're not just going to come here and get paid. They're sort of a pseudo-consultant type person that's paid, or paid on a bonus to get people here. But you got to have somebody that knows the area, that's lived the area, that will sell the area. So that I'd just like to make my comments on those conversations. Thank you.
CEO, speak before you. Councillor Keel? No. Okay, go ahead.
So I mean, in terms of whether or not there's enough work on this one, I'm quite confident there's more than enough work for an extra person. Again, the list of things that the mayor went through from contacting the organization, I think I know which one he's speaking about that we've discussed at PDAC. The mayor was right. Last year we cut the CIP contract and sort of tasked our economic development officer with getting to it, and she didn't have time. And it's not because she's fiddling her thumbs. I mean, she is working extraordinarily hard. She's working I know she's working nights and weekends because I see her out at different events and whatnot that she's at. I will say the town of Petawawa has 2 people in economic development. They have a manager of economic development. They have a coordinator of economic development. They understand that this, this is an investment. Councillor Purcell and I did speak last night about the contract position, and I did say to him last night that I was open to the idea. But what I will say is, in speaking with staff today at the break, apparently when our economic development person went on leave, I'm going to say 2022, there was 1 applicant for the contract position. 1. I want to get the best person for this job. Again, as Councillor Giacono just said, we need somebody to go out and sell the city of Pembroke. It's a huge competition. Councillor Giacono hits the nail on the head. There's hundreds of municipalities in Ontario, thousands of municipalities in Canada, and we're saying we want you to come here. So again, this is one of our smallest budgeted departments, but it's the department that is focused solely on helping our businesses who are our highest taxpayers. We know that commercial and industry are our highest taxpayers, and to try and get new business in, which, if it's building new businesses in the industrial park, which is one of their jobs, that's direct taxation money. That's, to speaking to Councillor Purcell's point earlier, we don't have a lot of taxation growth right now. So I would expect that one of this person's job is to go out, not just through a website, but go out and sell that industrial park. There's lots of room in there. And right now, I think most of the land is not used at the moment. That's no tax dollars for us. So again, looking at what other local municipalities are doing, including the town of Petawawa, with 2 people in economic development, I don't think we're not breaking any new barriers there. And I'm again, after speaking with the staff, I'm concerned about whether we will. This is not an admin. This isn't an admin job. This is a niche area, economic development. We want to make sure that we get somebody good for the job. Preferably we would want somebody who's in economic development for the job. And I'm now a little nervous whether we would get the right person in a contract position. And I would remind Councillor Purcell, we did have a contract position with the BRNE, and I'm going to say that person didn't work out on a number of levels. It wasn't just that they left. There were other concerns. So if we're going to invest in the city of Pembroke, I think we invest in the city of Pembroke.
Okay, we'll have Councillor CEO speak, then Councillor Purcell, and then we'll call the vote after I speak. I said your name, Lefren. Oh, you did? Yeah.
Okay. So, I guess, part of me is very concerned in regards to some of the comments with respect to contract versus full-time. I'm trying to build a team, and I'm not going to be able to build a team if it's, contract positions. And, I think Councillor Keel kind of, mentioned it. You're just not going to get the quality of staff. So I'm a bit concerned in regards to, talking a lot about contracting. If we want to, and we're serious about, building the city, and promoting it, and, there's we spent a couple days, with the strategic plan. A few of those pillars highlight, the requirement in regards to economic development and the need. And I think it's been, mentioned by the mayor and Councillor Keel and Councillor Giacono, that it should be a full-time, it should be a permanent position. echo the thought of, are we going to get the right person? So, but I also like to ask Colleen to kind of explain the CIP process, because it's not just a rip and replicate.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the CIP process is a pretty onerous process. When I was involved in it with our original CIP, we had to have like a working group, and we spent a whole day in this council chambers with members of the public, business people, staff, and we created ideas of what we thought might work in our community for CIP programs. So once we had those programs, then we had to go to an open house, then we had to go to a public meeting, we had to ensure that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, although they don't provide final approval, but they have to give us a check mark to say, okay, it's not bonusing, it meets the requirements that they've set out that are in the Planning Act. So it's quite an onerous job, and we've been, as staff, looking at different possible programs that we would like to add to it, like a generator program, possibly. But that's where, that other person could go to look at other municipalities' CIPs and see what other programs we're missing out on that maybe we don't have that, that knowledge of. Or if we did have a consultant in this case, they might know a little bit more, but that person could reach out if we did have someone to see what other kind of programs that are available. But there is a definite process that we have to go through.
Councillor Purcell and Councillor Lafreniere.
I'm not saying that we don't have to follow a process, and I'm just thinking that, there's an opportunity here. I hear why we can't do things constantly, why we can't do anything. We haven't even tried it. Why can't we look at a one-year contract and say, okay, if you've got $150,000 in growth this year, what that economic development officer should bring back would be measured by one of those matrices. And I hear that there's a lot of administrative tasks. I understand that, but again, don't sell yourself short in terms of there's a lot of good contract people that are out there that really want a one-year contract, or only want to work part-time, or only want to work in a casual capacity. So, constantly, and I think this is one of the issues that I really have a big issue with is, it's always why we can't. Why does this city have, we can't outlook on everything that we bring forward? Why we can't? Instead of how we can. Why can't we try it for a year, see if it works out, put the appropriate measures in place in terms of the $150K growth? That's all we had last year, is $150,000 in growth. And you think that a full-time position is going to attract individuals? Speaking to Councillor Jacknose, the reason why they came to Pembroke is that they didn't have a job. White Shell closed. They didn't come to Pembroke because of the beauty of Pembroke.
Could have gone anywhere.
No, there's only one nuclear facility in all of Canada, unless you leave Canada.
That's what I said.
So it was either Chalk River or bust. Mr. Studham, go talk to Mr. Studham. He was the chief of communications that came from White Shell. Yeah, ask him why he's here. Because he's a physicist. He had to work in a nuclear capacity. So I don't buy that. And I think, I think we really need to be careful and look at opportunities that are outside the box and stop with the I can't. That's all I've heard today is I can't. We can't. We've done that. We can't do it. Maybe you tried it in the past, but maybe the timing wasn't right. Okay. If what I'm hearing right, it's another 0.5 increase. So for our residents is what I'm hearing, right? In terms of a study and a position. I talked to this individual last night in regards to, some of the payroll activities that we have, right? And he says, it sounds like you have a real change management problem there. I said, yeah, we do. I was asking you about it today in terms of ADCAR. Just one second, let me finish. And then.
Okay, because I think
Yeah.
that's totally unfair, what you just said. So.
What's unfair? It's an I can't.
Okay,
and I-
let's stick to the
Okay.
topic.
I said it's an I can't do this.
Okay,
And we've had discussions, Ian, you had the same discussions that we have. We've had discussions with other councillors that, we're not being proactive. Staff are sometimes working against us, what we're trying to accomplish. You could say that, but come on, it's true.
so-
Finally somebody has the balls to stand up here and go, okay, this is not working out right. Let's move forward. Why can't we just do things that make sense in terms of just building silos for the sake of building silos that are on the backs of our ratepayers? I'm a ratepayer for the city of Pembroke. By the time I pay sewer and water and my taxes, $8,000 a year. That's a lot of dollars. Meanwhile, our neighbors pay $3,000 less.
okay,
Well,
thank you. Councillor Friendly, then the treasurer, and then one more, then we'll call the vote.
So, I was told something a long time ago when I was a child, and that is you get more with honey than lemons. And I was supporting the contract position, but not for the same reasons. I'm not going to reiterate anything that Councillor Purcell said about staff. So, erase that from anything that you may hear from me. Contract, we hired economic development officer under a contract. I'm going to say I was still working at the television station, so it was like 2008. Susan Ellis, wonderful lady. She came on contract at first, and I think she was on a contract for 5 or 6 years. Then we made her full-time because she was doing a bang-up job. And she came from another municipality, brand new to our area. And she came with a force because she loved what she did. She helped bring the call center here at that time. She won us a national award on Communities in Bloom. I still correspond with her. She's just a lovely person. She was taxed with being the chair of the director of recreation and the economic development. But she did a lot of things. All I'm saying is there are good people out there. And that's not to take away from the fact it's a team, because I do believe that this lady was part of the team. And I'm seeing some heads nod that knew her. She was part of the team, whether she was contract or not. And I hear Councillor Keel's comment about having a hard time to replace Heather when she went off. But that was a mat leave. I wouldn't cover a mat leave either, because I know you're out the door when they get back. This would be, you could even make it a 2-year contract with the possibility of full-time. And it gives somebody that knowledge that this is a brand-new position. This is not a mat leave. This is not a 2-month contract. This is a contract with the possibility of full-time employment at the end of 2 years or something like that. That way, at least you know they're 2 years and they're like, oh yeah, this could turn into full-time. But I understand Councillor Purcell's perspective that at least if at the end of that, maybe even 18 months, we start to realize, well, they're really good at taking coffee breaks, but they're not really getting a lot done. At least we're not committed to have that position. You know what I mean? And I know there's ways of getting rid of people, whether they're good or not, full-time or not, but it's an onerous thing when you have a staff member that's not performing. So that is the only reason I kind of see a contract. I've worked with people under contract before that I felt were part of my team. And I think we have a great management team here now that would embrace that person and make them part of the team. So that's my only thing. And that's not to take away from our management, because I think you're all just great, and you are working hard for the city. So that's my comment about contract. I think it can be successful.
Jagano, then I'll speak, then we'll call the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A good discussion. I take exception to the words that we can't. I think we can, and we did, and we could. I mean, when we had a full-time, a focused economic development officer, we had the largest growth in building permits. I know Ms. Soriel will attest to that. We had the new call center. We had 400 people working there. We had the new Holiday Inn Express brought in by that individual. And I know that individual worked directly with those people to ensure that they were here. The call center could have opened anywhere in Ontario, but they didn't, because there was that focus by that economic development person who had been given a budget and a team effort to work together to bring those people there. So I believe, you're not spending money needlessly. The person has to be productive. They have to be tasked with a certain priority by this council, saying, here's what we want you to do. And whether you're full-time or not, if you're not doing the job, there are alternate choices that can be made. But I think you really have to have that person with their nose to the grindstone, knowing the community, knowing the economic indicators, and moving forward. So I can't agree with what Councillor Purcell said. We had enormous growth, and that is still doable and still possible because things have changed economically. COVID had to hit. Everybody blames everything on COVID, but other businesses thrived during COVID. So I don't buy that. So you need an economic development person with their finger on the heartbeat of the market and out there selling this community and bring them in. And as you said, we got vacant land. We've got potential, and we've got the growth, and I mean, we've got the beauty of the community. You got fresh air. Ask somebody in Toronto today how they enjoyed going down the Don Valley Expressway and maybe spending 2 hours going to work. I don't think they'd be too happy. But if they had 5 minutes here and scraping their windshield, to get to a council meeting, which I did, I'm very fortunate. I'm thankful. So we need that. We need that push. We need that impetus. And to say we can't do it, we can do it. We have been doing it. So. Thanks.
What's that? The question with the treasurer. It says here, funding for this position, taxation or the MAT would be taxation, right? Okay. So I'm in favor of the position. It's a lot of money. It's performance-based. In the 70s, we had an industrial commissioner. I think it's when my dad was mayor, it was Paul Kennedy. So they have had, and Susan Ellis did a great job. We had them before, and then there was a change of positions within the city. But I'm going to go for the 1-year contract, and staff can write the terms of reference with option to extend or something. But that's what I feel, that's what I believe in. So we have a motion on the floor. Can you read the motion again? Can you read that out?
So I think the motion would be to hire a economic development, term position, for 1 year with the opportunity to extend either additional year or into full-time status. And also incorporate, I don't know if we want to do the incorporation of the CIP study as well. That was my original motion, that they would actually complete the CIP study as well. So I just don't know if that's council's wishes, but I think it's doable. That would save us a 0.5 increase.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
So we have a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Those in favor, or recorded vote, sir, yes.
So clarification,
Yeah,
CIP will not be part of that, because that's going to come into the work that they need to get done, and that would be a separate item that we're approving in the budget. So they're separate.
There's a $40,000
Yes.
line item in terms of under economic development for CIP study. And then there's also the contract position in terms of the investment attraction, which is under economic development. So what I was trying to do is trying to say, we could hire somebody on a 1-year contract, but also they would also assist in terms of completing the CIP study. I don't know if we Okay, so I'll take that as a motion, and I guess the motion would be to officer for a one-year term with an extension to, for another additional year and full-time after.
Okay, recorded vote.
$64,000 to the money for, is that for the entire year? Is that the full salary? Or is that from April?
April.
So it's $100,000.
So we have been asked for a recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah,
Yay.
Councillor Ed Jacquino,
No.
Councillor Ian Keel,
Nay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
Yay.
Councillor Andrew Plemmer is not present, Councillor Troy Purcell,
Yay.
Mayor Ron Gervais.
Nay.
Motion is defeated. 3-3.
Thank you. So it's 12:32. We're going to break half hour for lunch. Welcome back to our afternoon session of the 2025 City Pembroke budget deliberations. We'll continue with Madam Treasurer. You had a item regarding the admin assistant for the deputy clerk position.
So comparison between the deputy clerk salary and an admin assistant salary, the difference in the 2025 budget would be 22,675. Overall, for the 2 years, it would be 30,245. So that's salary and benefits included.
So can you say that again? The total salary for the year?
So 2025 would be a reduction of 22,675. So for the 2 years combined, 25, 26, it would be $30,245.
Questions, comments? So what's the annualized salary then, like per year?
So it's a range. I believe the deputy clerk position is in the range of like the 70, 80-ish kind of range. The admin assistant is, 50 to 60-ish.
Okay. So that leaves us with the deputy clerk position. And then we have the admin assistant, 50 to 60. Any member want to make a motion or comment? Councillor Frenier?
If we don't make a motion, it stays in the budget. So, given that information, I don't think that's a lot of differential for the expertise we're going to be getting. So I would say I'm not making any motion then in regards to that item in the budget, because the difference between admin and the deputy, to me, is irrelevant when it comes to the skills they're being tasked with, and the fact that they would be able to replace the municipal clerk. And, also, I'm going to use Nancy, the name, the admin assistant as well. They would be there to relieve both positions if needed. So, that's it.
Any other comments? Councillor Chagano?
Financial decisions not require a motion.
Only if there's a change to add or cut. Okay, moving right along.
So if there's no more questions about the ECDev budget, then I guess the last item in this section is on page 77, and that's the county and shared services. So as we touched on, overall, the county share is expected to decrease by $335,000. We do expect to see a $10,000 cost increase in the health unit, but we will be receiving final word on that mid-December with their final board meeting of the year. I have moved the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association annual fee to the tourism budget now that we're going to manage it as one section. I have estimated a 3% increase for our property tax assessment service with MPAC, and no change to the 911 bill answer service. If there's no questions,
Councillor Purcell?
Through you, the chair, to the treasurer, the reduction, is that associated with the SUAP grant that is funding MESA for 1 year?
So through the chair, so I'm not familiar with that particular grant. All I was told, generally speaking, is that the funding falls a year behind. So because they had such a big increase last year, we had to fund that first year. But now they are receiving more funding based on that higher level. So I'm not familiar with the other grant. They didn't discuss that with me.
I'm just concerned that, the SUAP grant may be taking a little bit of pressure away from this budget. And my concern is that there's no permanent funding for the MESA program going forward. So just to be aware that, This may not be the norm. There may be substantial increases next year. So I just want to make sure that we're aware of that. It may go back up to normal. And as for the $10,000, you're right, we have a meeting next week, and I think we're looking at to see if we can actually take that $10,000, the municipal portion, out of reserves. So I'll report back after that meeting.
Thank you.
That brings us to the fire services budget. So we're going back to the beginning again, back to page 19 in the detailed package. So we're back discussing, I guess, with the first item in that section, administration. The chief has put forward a request for a deputy fire chief starting in May. One of the things you'll notice in this section is that to more appropriately split the costs between administration services and emergency management, the admin staffing has been split. The salaries in this section has been split between the two categories, which is why you aren't seeing necessarily that first section increase by the salary of a deputy fire chief. Other changes, so one of the things we did this year was we did add a few more revenue categories to better break down the chief's revenues into the different sources of revenue. So we do have a line now for false alarms. We do have burn permits that we're going to start using next year. So we should be able to better track and evaluate how much revenues those different items are bringing in starting next year. For rents and services, as mentioned in the admin budget, we are starting to charge internet services to each building. So where the admin budget decreased, this is one of the areas where you're seeing an increase for that for 2025 on line 51. And we just started doing that in the summer because we have a better breakdown of the invoice now. So other items, I think everything else is fairly steady budget to budget. We do budget our vehicle maintenance and repair just based on what's required that year. So we are seeing an increase of about $7,800 in vehicles. So that's on lines 86 to 106, and that's just due to the nature of work that needs to be done on the equipment next year. The uniformed firefighters expense on line 111 is increasing just due to cost of living. Other items of the budget are fairly stable. The hydrant maintenance line on line 170 is decreasing just because of how the water budget has been budgeted for in 2025. So essentially, however much the hydrant maintenance is expected to cost in the water budget is brought forward into the chief's budget each year. So that's based on the actual expected cost in their budget. Again, as we mentioned, emergency preparedness, a large section of the chief's time is emergency management as the CEMC. So we are splitting his staff accordingly. We do have a subscription to Starlink now as an emergency backup internet service, which is shared between admin and emergency preparedness. But really the big change in that budget is just reallocating the salaries. I guess the two big items at the bottom, there has been a request for $100,000 to fund a master fire plan, which is a strategic document managing the way forward for the department, which I imagine the chief can expand on a little further. And as well, there's still a contribution gap in fleet reserve funding. So we are continuing to try to slowly close that gap and increase the amount of funding. COVID has significantly increased the cost of vehicles in that department. And so we need to make sure we're setting aside enough funding to replace them when required. So there is still currently 2 gaps that we have in fleet reserves just because of the price pressures post-COVID and how much fleet is costing us. So when we get to the roads budget, you'll see that there's also a gap in that budget as well. So in the meantime, if there isn't sufficient funding in either the general fleet reserve or the fire fleet reserve, we do have to pull that, missing money from taxation. But we do hope to, increase, continuing to increase our contribution to reserves so that we'll only have this gap for a couple more budget cycles. So right now, the funding gap for fire is 63,000 and 56,000 for roads. And did you want to touch on the fire master plan, Chief?
The direction that I received from the previous chief as he was preparing for retirement was the idea of a master fire plan. The city's never conducted a master fire plan. Any type of strategic plans that have been put in place have always been at the behest of the chief at the time and then approved by council. So with the master fire plan, what it does is similar to all the other departments that have master fire plans. It just provides council with a third-party document that outlines possible direction that the fire department could possibly go in. So this is a best practice generally right across the province to develop a master fire plan, and it would certainly assist in planning the direction and future of the fire department.
So I'll open it up to the floor. Did you want to talk about your deputy fire chief position?
Sorry, I guess I should go back to the mic. If you don't mind, through you, Mr. Chair. The master fire plan, it also would entail roughly 5 to 7 months of research and working with the consultant, if approved, the consultant that we go with through the RFP process. So it is a huge project and a huge undertaking.
Good. Questions, comments, motions? Councillor Purcell and Councillor Lafreniere.
Thank you. I had an opportunity to look at fire master plans for Kitchener, Toronto, a whole bunch of different cities. I read the executive summaries. I don't think there's really anything in it that was really kind of like state of the art or really kind of like identified different opportunities. I don't think that the chief already knows. That's my only concern. Some of the things I'm looking is that there's no succession planning in place, those kinds of things. I just want to understand the value and what it would be used for, because when I look at it, it's pretty high level. They're not really detailed plans. They get into the Marine unit response, and it's got a little bit of information about that, the planning processes, but really nothing that's, nothing that I don't think you could build upon. It's not like a strategic alignment document. So I'm just trying to figure out what that would be for, and what are the objectives in terms of getting out of that plan. That's all I'm trying to understand, because it's just documenting stuff it's like documenting the response.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I would approach it as developing exactly what you were saying that this document isn't. That's the way I would approach it, to say that it is that document and it does provide council with possible directions which they would like to go in. As far as I know, that's the idea behind the master fire plan. It strategically lays out the direction of the department with council's approval. Further to that, that's all I have. I haven't had the opportunity to review some of the master fire plans that I've received from the other local departments that have done them. So If council wishes to move forward with the master fire plan, then I would start doing a little bit more research and working towards developing an RFP that we would send out.
Councillor Frenier?
So master plans, we've had a few in the city, recreation master plan, active living master plan. $100,000 some years is not a lot of money. Is this something we could do over, just put money into a reserve for the master plan over a few years? I know the other master plans took many years too, of putting money away, and then eventually we said, yeah, let's go for it. So that's my only concern is, I know you're asking for a deputy fire chief too this year, so my other question would be, how much of your time do you think it's going to take to work on this master plan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in discussion with some of the companies that do develop these master fire plans, I would say it was that 5 to 7 month window where I would work basically hand in hand with the company, providing research documentation, assisting in stakeholder consultations, all that kind of stuff. And that timeline is also built on recommendations from the chief of the town of Petawawa, who's currently going through that as well too.
There was no opportunity to partner their fire service and ours to do like a master plan that would suit both? I don't know if they have a boat or any other, I don't know how our services align.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can't speak to as their process, but they have started it, and it's almost at the point of being completed at this point. So.
Just a follow-up. So it would be probably unrealistic for you to task that without a deputy fire chief, because that would be taking your time for a good majority of a year, probably working with them and.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it would be. I don't think the project would. I don't think the project would go if there wasn't some like an organizational structure at that fire department that allowed me to dedicate my time to that while still seeing that the fire department functions.
Any other speakers for the fire chief, fire master plan, deputy chief? Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not necessarily a question of the fire chief, and maybe it's lower lying fruit until we get back to that one. I'm trying to recall, because I looked at the OPP budget, who's maintaining the grounds at the OPP station? Because I see in the fire budget, there's a proposal of a contract evergreen lawn care for a period of 6 months and so forth. So I'm just trying to figure out whoever maintains the OPP, can they maintain the fire hall too? I don't know if, or is it our city staff that's doing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that is one contract developed by, I believe, Parks and Rec, and they have a number of facilities listed in that one contract. So OPP, fire hall, they are listed, and it is that the person who holds that contract maintains those facilities.
Councillor Jagino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the fire chief, in regards to the proposed deputy fire chief, before I could vote on any of that, I'd like to have a listing of comparable communities our size, full-time firefighters that have a deputy chief. Whether you would have that in hand, or I hate to put you on the spot. I know that Midland is presently looking for a deputy fire chief, and their population is, say, over 18,000. And the dollar-wise wage would be up to $70.49 an hour. So I just like to know if that's comparable, and what other comparables are you making to other communities? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll begin with the province as a whole. So the province as a whole has 81 union locals under the IAFF. So that would be your Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association. So there's 81 locals throughout the province. Of those four do not have a deputy chief. So one is the municipality of Scugog, one is the municipality of Renfrew, and one is Smith Falls, and the fourth one being Pembroke. The largest of these four departments by far is Pembroke. Renfrew has 8 members, Smith Falls has 3 full-time members, and Scugog has 4 full-time members. As far as the comparables that Councillor Jacquinot has requested, we have Lindsay, Ontario, 12 full-time firefighters, deputy chief. Midland has 12 full-time firefighters and 20 volunteers, so very comparable to the Pembroke Fire Department. They have 1 deputy chief already, looking for a second. Fire prevention officer, a training officer, as well as executive assistant. Penetanguishene is an all-volunteer service of 10,077 population. They have a fire chief, deputy fire chief, and fire prevention officers. Further to that, we have the city of Cobourg. Cobourg has a fire chief, a deputy fire chief, chief fire prevention officer, 16 full-time firefighters, and 20 volunteers. The town of Brighton. Brighton responds to roughly the same number of calls the city of Pembroke responds to. They have a chief and deputy chief operating out of 2 stations, so that would be roughly 175 calls per station. Brockville has chief, deputy chief, fire prevention, fire training, and then they have a separate suppression division. The town of Petawawa, they have fire chief, deputy fire chief, fire prevention officer, and they have 3 assistant deputy chiefs working under the deputy chief. Amherstburg, it is an IFF affiliate. They have 1 chief, 2 deputy chiefs. Napanee, they have a chief and a deputy chief as well. And the village of Uxbridge, they have a chief and a deputy chief, and they are looking for a second deputy chief as well. So there's numerous municipalities with departments similar size to the city of Pembroke that have a larger organizational structure. Then further, since becoming chief, the province has brought in mandatory certification for our firefighters. So that's developing an overall training program for the department to get us to that the 2028 cutoff for particular certification. They've developed community risk assessments. Under emergency management, the compliance and the requirements under emergency management have increased since COVID and since all the increased natural disasters that we've seen in the last few years, along with a new Emergency Management Act that is coming out shortly. I believe it just went introduced yesterday. So we'll have to wait and see what comes out of that as far as requirements go from that. Also, too, leadership within the county is ever increasing on the mutual aid side of things, as well as the Renfrew County Chiefs Association. And there is an increased push from the Ministry of Labor into investigating fire services across the province. So a key thing in the new year will be looking at building our health and safety program. And also too, since becoming chief, the total property value in the city, according to the city planner's reports, annual reports, we're looking at increases in residential value of over 31 million, commercial values 7.6 million, and institutional values up to 53 million. So that is just an increase since I became chief in 2021.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor Gervais and then Councillor Keel to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just 2 points, and I know that recently there was the PBIA annual general meeting, and you presented 2 that executive, and I know that that was one of the questions that I raised at that time, so that the public might have a better understanding that you're not only wearing a hat for being a fire chief, but you're also now, because of a council decision, taking on emergency management and the new legislation and all that that brings as well, and you're being tugged into to different directions. So that's the part that I do see that you need assistance, just because I don't know how you attend to the different things that you're doing. It's not lost on me, though, that in 2026, then if I look at what the report was given to us, that it adds up to 186,000 approximately, that this position would cost in a full year, approximately. So I'm not crazy about it, but at the same time, not that I don't want to be a miser or the Grinch or whatever, but at the same time, unless there's someone has a better solution, and I don't know what the better solution is, I don't know how the chief continues on, let's put it that way, because we attend the emergency management meetings. Unfortunately, Councillor Plummer isn't here, but we attend the meetings. We see what takes place in terms of the meetings, the different disasters, the exercises, trying to make sure that we're ready, because if something does happen, you got to be ready. So that's would be my comment to council, and so I wouldn't be making any motions to remove it.
Councillor Keel, then Councillor Lafreniere.
Has there ever been a discussion at the fire chief level about amalgamating?
Excuse me, I missed that. There was a vehicle passing by and.
Has there ever been a discussion at the fire chief level about amalgamating?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in my time, no. Conversations may have been had with previous chiefs, with previous CAOs, and so I'm honestly, I can't speak to that.
So here's where my thought is coming from. We, somewhat by chance, generally speaking, have a county-wide policing system, in the sense that the OPP does everything, I think, except Deep River. Mayor's shaking his head yes. Now that one is a bit by chance, that all the municipalities just decided to pursue OPP contracts instead of their own municipal forces. We do purposefully have a county-wide paramedic service. So in a way, the fire service is sort of the last emergency department standing that is, as far as I can tell, still very individually looked at. So I guess I'm just wondering if that's worth exploring, if there would be efficiencies. Again, just thinking about the OPP, I know there's various, because I know some people are going to say, well, we have a full-time department and others may not, but I know, for instance, with the OPP, I'm sort of looking towards your worship. I think we had some options when we were switching to OPP, whether we wanted to just be a part of a larger detachment, whether we wanted a specific detachment building so I can only imagine that, if the OPP can navigate various levels of service, I would like to think that a fire service could navigate various levels of service. So then maybe I'll throw it back at you, Chief. Are there any examples where there's a more county-wide service or a larger shared fire service amongst various municipalities that you're aware of? You might not be.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe it has been communities south of Barrie, Innisfil possibly being one of them. Brantford, I believe, have within the last few years joined services. That would be the one that I most recently recall. And then, of course, in the GTA, there's several regional municipalities, but even in those instances, the fire services still stay, for example, Peel Region. You still have Mississauga, Brampton Fire Service, so they do stay separate. I guess we could go back to to the city of Ottawa may be a good example. Back when they amalgamated, there was the Stittsville Fire Department, there was Nepean Fire Department. Those are now the Ottawa Fire Service. So I think there are examples of them out there. For my part, I think the discussion to amalgamate definitely happens above my place on the organizational structure. I have discussed ideas with the CAO just to see if there's any interest at the county level with this stuff. And you know, I will continue to work towards developing agreements with our neighboring municipalities. The unfortunate thing is that the city of Pembroke is in the position of providing most of those services. Like there aren't too many things that our neighboring municipalities can offer us that you know, council hasn't already provided us with, or we haven't already taken steps to put in place. So that is an unfortunate part of it. And of course that, like a good example of that is the aerial agreement that unfortunately fell through with the town of Petawawa. But like we do have a water rescue agreement with Whitewater, you know, so I think there is the possibility of expanding and entering more agreements and working towards perhaps wider services at some point. I just don't know if the appetite is there yet.
Councillor Frenier?
Got so involved in that conversation, kind of like, what was I thinking? So here's what I think. I think I see a wish list of a deputy chief and a master plan. The master plan, I'm not sure is going to give us more direction than our past chiefs have, because, you know, yourself as well as your predecessor gave us great direction. You know, we set up the boat. We have partnerships. When we say where do we want to go, I think it's a fluid thing, you know, as we move forward with our fire department. I would be supporting the chief at this time because I know you advocated hard for it last year. And, you know, I was on the line, but we approved another big salary position last year. But I'd be willing to support you with that because I know you're pulled in many directions. And also when it comes to, not that you're near retirement age, but but you know, we need to think about that. I would say I'm going to put forward a motion to remove the master plan from the fire budget. But I'm okay with, so you don't have to put that in the motion. I'm okay with the deputy. I'm supporting that position. But a motion to remove, and I can't remember what line it was, but it was the 100,000 for the fire. Was it 200?
Yeah,
200,000 for the master plan.
100, but line 200.
Okay, line 200, 100,000. I had too much lunch. It's the turkey. Anyway, that's my motion, and I hope I'll have a seconder.
A motion by Councillor Frenier, seconder. Councillor Keel. Discussion, Councillor Purcell.
Just looking at the master plan, and I tend to agree. I know it's a hard pill to swallow in terms of $186,000 line item. I know that we provided previous direction to the chief in terms of looking at maybe an emergency preparedness officer to pare away some of the duties associated, but it doesn't backfill as the chief. I understand that.
That's true.
But looking at the fire master plan in terms of it's not a regulated requirement to have a master plan. It's just got like a description of governance, a description of service delivery, a description of fire prevention, a description of public fire safety education, a description of the emergency response, you know, your timelines in terms of firefighter timelines, which I assume that you have already in terms of around the city, test points. A description of the administration, I guess human resources would be City of Pembroke, a description of the facilities and a description of the communications, and any mutual aid, as well as review of any fees and charges for cost recovery mechanisms, which I think you're already doing. So, it's a huge salary. It really is a huge salary. And I'm just trying to think if there's any other opportunities. You know, we have 25, I believe it's 25 fire departments within Brantford County, including Pembroke. So, I mean, sooner or later, we have to start talking about shared services and what that looks like with our municipal partners. And maybe, you know, Pembroke is the hub, right? And we can, you know, maybe invest a lot more dollars in terms of having that as a hub, looking at training opportunities, right? And, you know, maybe that'd be the, you know, the area that we would focus a lot of the attention on. But I think we have to start having those discussions at a county level and seeing that, you know what, we're open to discussions. It doesn't matter what it is. We're open to discussions to see how we can start sharing some of the costs associated with some of these services. So kudos for Pembroke to getting, you know, the fire department up to the standard it is and having the equipment it is, but there's a lot of other communities that are benefiting from that as well. So, you know, my issue is that should we have those conversations prior to the approval? I think we probably should have those conversations prior to approving $186,000 deputy fire chief. I'm not saying it's off the table, but I think we should probably have those discussions just to see if there's any other opportunity out there.
Do you want to comment? We have a motion on the floor to remove the 100,000. Any further speakers?
Through you,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair, as far as the master fire plan goes, if council wishes to forego that this budget process, I appreciate the comments. It does provide strategic direction, and it is developed by members that come from the fire service. So these are former chiefs, current chiefs that are developing that plan. However, that being said, I also appreciate council's comments on it, and if they're confident in the direction that the department has, the path we're on right now, I'm happy with that. And further to the comments, like I'm not sure. Further to Councillor Purcell's comments, I'm not sure if that would. I'm not sure how that proceeds or how long that takes, and you know what becomes of it. Like I said, I don't think that's something that happens at my level. So.
Yeah, I know. So we'll call the question on removing the fire master plan from the budget, 100,000. Those in favor? Those opposed? One carried. Yes?
So I'll just give a little comparison. The paramedics, the county paramedics, run very similar to what I think Councillor Purcell is talking about. We have the paramedics, they have bases throughout the county. So it would be similar, and most of the municipalities around here have a small fire station, mostly volunteer run, maybe just a chief. But I would see it working like that, but it's not going to happen overnight. You're absolutely right. A lot of communities, and this is like, I love the fact we've reached out to other communities with our water rescue and our aerial truck and mutual aid of different types. And I know they're paying a fee for a certain, but it's a far cry from what the citizens of Pembroke pay for those services. So that's why I love that direction. However, they're getting it now, and they're not having to pay for our service and a full-time fire department. But I would like to see those discussions start. However, the workload that the present chief has, I can't see that really happening, because that would be a big investment in time too, meetings and, you know, working with council and the county and the other municipalities. But I would love to take that line item out of their budget and put it into our fire budget. So it's looking at that and saying, is it going to make sense for us as well, because that's a big, big service. And it would be turning a lot of volunteer services into unionized. So we'd have to look at all those angles. And I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing that be explored, but I know you can't do it on your own. So.
No further comment? Okay, so moving along, Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so next we have OPP policing on page 24. So we have been notified by the province that our police check revenues will be decreasing by 25% per year starting in 2025. So we don't see that impacting our current budget, but it will eventually, that revenue will eventually disappear in the coming years because the bulk of that revenue that we receive on line 7, miscellaneous revenue, is for like criminal reference checks and the like. So we haven't received confirmation yet, but I do expect our court security grant to increase just based on our revised annual billing statement. So we do expect that to increase by $75,000. As we mentioned, our contract costs are increasing by $312,000. That is a significant reduction from what could have been. So certainly, you know, it's still not a small amount, but better than it could have been. In terms of the operation of the police building itself, we see an increase of about $15,000 in maintenance costs. Their property taxes do increase every year, just based on our current rate. And we have moved parking lot maintenance into its own section for asset management purposes. So we do expect that the building will continue to cost quite a bit of funds to maintain. And we don't expect any major grants to come in, at least at this time, other than the CCTV. And we are looking to contribute another $15,000 to the building reserve, which is a small amount, but if we have anything larger come up in the medium term, at least we'll have some funds there to help replace anything that might be needed. In terms of the police service board on page 26, we have jigged around their public relations budget because part of that budget does relate to cameras. So we are showing that in a transfer to capital line. So that's a little bit of the change. Overall, the police service board is requesting $38,000 to continue the camera program across the city. And they are still intending to do some public relations in the community, including radio ads, as well as communities and camera signage. And perhaps our mayor can speak to the PSB budget a little more, if he so chooses.
If I may, Mr. Chair, so the Police Services Board, excuse me, budget is what supports the Community Watch Program in the sense of signs when there's new zones, and I think we're up to 7 now, I believe. 8, okay, and so a number of different zones, and every time there's a new zone, which is certainly a worthwhile project, I believe, otherwise I wouldn't be there and supporting it, but the funds got to come from somewhere to support the signage for it, so there's that one. I do know, and in terms of discussions with Mr. Lewis, even in 2024, there's a number of pieces of equipment that are, if not in stock, are ordered and so forth, and so it's to continue to move forward with a camera program. And then it was alluded to earlier this morning, and I can't tell you if it's in this budget or which budget it's in, meaning the Police Services Board budget or somewhere else in the overall budget, but an application for a grant for some additional cameras, working with the Police Services Board, the police, and with the city collectively to try and advance that program. So I can provide that as a, subject to questions, I can provide that as a, a snapshot as to what the funds that are required of the Police Services Board to do what it does.
Councillor Purcell?
My question is just in regards to the increase in 2025. So how are we preparing for, the $500,000 increase in 2025? Do we have a bit of reserve for that, or should we contribute to the reserve? Should we take that $100,000 that was going to be used for the fire master plan and put it into at least a reserve fund so that we can lessen the impact for next year? That's, it's 2% increase next year, right, on top of your just to get back up, and plus whatever the annual increase is, right? So it's going to be even more than that. So maybe I propose that, you know, that we put $100,000 into a OPP reserve fund for operation purposes this year, just to offset some of those costs maybe next year. I mean, I know it's not a lot, but I mean, we've already kind of had it, you know, budgeted here for $100,000, but I mean, it maybe just take a little bit of the sting out of it for next year.
We have a motion proposed, seconder.
I would support and would second that motion, Mr. Chair. In fact, it was going back and forth with the CAO talking about 2026 and what we would do, and that was one of the items that was put forward at that point, at that time. So I would support that.
Yes, Madam Treasurer.
So I would just propose that we call it a levy stabilization reserve. And then that way, it's not a one-time reserve. We can, depending on, you know, the different things that happen over the years, we can continue to contribute when needed.
Frenier.
I had time to take a bite of a cookie. Now, I know, I'll address this through the chair to Mr. Unruh. I know that you were successful in getting rent money for the police building. That's going up a certain percentage every year. If our costs start to really escalate, is that renegotiable? Like, basically, if our budget is going up more than their increase, that type of thing?
Yeah, the current contract, I'd have to double check it, but I think it's like for 4 or 5 years. So it wouldn't be within that term of the contract, but it might be on that.
That's just a question. Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor for a levy stabilization fund to go towards the expected OPP increase next year. No more discussion. Those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Next item.
Okay, so now we're moving into Ms. Soriel's area of expertise. So our first budget in her section is animal control. So here, just based on actual costs over the past few years, we do feel comfortable in reducing the contract line on line 16. So you are seeing a $32,000 decrease to take that budget down to 60, which we feel is sufficient to cover animal control within the city. For building and inspection, on the next page, we are expecting a drop in revenues. We did have one particularly large building permit, which is now concluded, so our revenues are expected to go back down to sort of a normal level in 2025. Not any big changes in other line items in the building departments. The fleet reserve has gone down a little bit based on an updated costing there. But overall, there's still a large increase to the budget of $48,000 just from a sense of, you know, salary costs are increasing and revenue is decreasing. I know I've mentioned it, but theoretically speaking, like, building costs are supposed to be recovered through fees. However, I do know, you know, we're very attuned to trying to keep competitiveness with our neighboring municipalities, which sometimes, you know, discourages us from looking at doing rate studies. And I believe that was talked about as well with some of your chairs.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I did meet with my chair and vice chair, and that was an issue that was come up. We did have a building permit fee study done in, I believe it was 2017 or 18. So we're going to look at redoing it, and trying to do it in-house, and having that started this year. And then we'll look at also our neighbors, but also what the actual cost of a building permit is. We did do that in 2017 with our previous study, but council at the time decided to lower the amount to be more competitive with our neighbors. So I believe that there is definitely room for an increase in building permit fees, and we'll be looking at that if that's the direction of this committee.
Councillor Keel?
So to that point, I certainly understand the concept of trying to be competitive or whatnot, and certainly whether it was, Mr. DeRoche brought us his rec fees with comparisons to competitors or whatnot, and I think we've seen that in other instances. I just can't think off the top of my head any, but more than one department has brought us our neighborly competitiveness. The only thing that I'm going to say to that is, I personally believe it's a matter of fact that Petawawa has had significant building since 2017, that Laurentian Valley is experiencing significant building since 2017. So I guess my question would be, if we kept our building fees low and are therefore not recovering what we could be recovering, I guess my question to this council is, did that help us? Again, there's no one answer. There's, when someone's looking whether to build in LV or Pembroke or whatnot, they go through a range of reasons. But I'm just going to suggest that when they're looking at a range of reasons, this might not be the make it or break it. It certainly wasn't in the opposite direction. If that's what prior councils did, was keep them low to try and attract, that didn't work. So I think, and Councillor Giacono and I both sat with Ms. Sorial, and we might have somewhat of a smaller department, but one of the things that Councillor Giacono and I were trying to say was, what revenues can we bring in? What can we look at? And if a professional study, and I think I asked the question, are our fees today even what this professional study suggested in 2017? I believe the answer was no. So, I think if you're going to pay for a study and you're going to try and recover fees, again, this is almost, like I said earlier, a user pay system. If you want to build, there's cost to it, and there's municipal cost to it. We have an entire planning and building department to run. We need fees to run it, or tax dollars. That's the default. So I strongly support looking at this. I couldn't be happier that, and I was thinking of Councillor Purcell when our department head said this, which was that she thinks she could do this study in-house. So I support that initiative, and when it comes back, we might be higher, I guess, than some of our neighbors. But again, being lower or competitive hasn't helped either. So I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to Councillor Keel's comments, of course, I agree with what he's saying. The development that's taking place within our community, a lot of it is not local, people from Brampton, Southern Ontario, Toronto. They understand the value of land, and that's why they're developing here, because it's a lot cheaper. And in reflection of that statement, perhaps we should be adjusting our rates, not keeping the same or lowering them, because that doesn't seem to work. Because if people really want a piece of property, and we know in our industrial park we have the little factory's going to be opening. I think that's not caucus information anymore, is it? I can't remember. Huh?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, is it? Well, I'm sorry, I take that back. I was grossly mistaken. There's a lot, I apologize, Mr. Chair, you just can't remember everything that happens. But there are other industries within the area that are looking here, and developers that are not from here, and they're investing in the community because of the price of land. So to lower our expectations by lowering our ceiling, et cetera, we should be very careful with that. We should try and be cost effective. And as Councillor Keel said, be fair to our taxpayers and get the money from the developers that are coming here, who will make a profit in the long run. Sorry about thing. Could you give me a list on what's in caucus next time? Because I can't remember it all. There's too many.
You didn't release much information.
Thank you, Councillor Giacono. Madam Treasurer, would you like to continue?
Yep. So moving on to bylaw enforcement and parking. We do see a decrease in revenues again, related to parking meter revenue. So we, based on current collections in 2024, we do expect to receive a similar amount in 2025 of 35,000. And as well, our parking ticket revenues have decreased a little bit. So we have decreased that budget down to 60. Other notables is we are looking to lease 2 new vehicles, so we do expect to need to spend a little bit on fit up for the first year, and that contract should be closing, I think, in a week or two. Thursday, thank you. In terms of community social issues, this is a new section that we created just because the bylaw enforcement team is spending certainly significantly more time on community-related issues such as this. So starting, I think, towards the end of summer, we started to allow staff to track their time against this activity. And, where there are costs such as tent removal and cleanup and things on public property, we are looking at coding those expenses just so we can keep track of it into this section, and you'll notice a similar section in the rec budget as well. So this is a new item for 2025. In terms of meter maintenance, we do have a number of meters that are obsolete. So we are looking to slowly begin to replace this particular asset in the community. We have about 140 that are considered obsolete right now, so we are looking to replace 25 a year, which is felt to be a manageable amount to do by existing staff. And I guess other than that, we have, for the parking lots themselves, for asset management purposes, transferred some budgets around, which is why you'll see kind of pluses and minuses. We have created a parking lot maintenance account just to keep track of their costs. So the next time we do our non-core asset management plan, we have better data. So other than that adjustment, I don't think there's anything too new, exciting, or different in this section.
Councillor Keel and Councillor Purcell.
So on the issue of the parking meters, certainly we're seeing how expensive they are to replace. I'm not sure why we need massively new advancements in parking meter technology that the companies would make one obsolete and require us to buy new ones. I have a thought why they would do that, but it's a parking meter. So
If I could, through Mr. Chair, I could help answer that. Because if, last year when we talked about increasing revenues for the parking, we couldn't increase the meters because some of them are so obsolete, and the majority of them, like 75% of them, are obsolete. So we cannot increase from the amount that we have unless we have new meters because they are so old. So that's why we were thinking of replacing and then being able then to increase revenues from the meters.
I was speaking more to why the company would allow obsolescence to be a thing, but I'm sure this is forced obsolescence to sell more meters. So I know Councillor Lafreniere and I had a chat a while ago. I think she sat on a parking board that used to exist or whatnot. This has been something that's been, I think, an ongoing thorn in the side of the city for quite some time. I know I was at a meeting with the PBIA, I think last year. It's a bit of a thorn in their own side, and of course the first thought is, well, then let's just get rid of all the meters. And then it was like, oh, but wait, the meters do cause traffic to keep moving. Because if you get rid of the meters, well, then maybe you have a car downtown from one of the apartments just hanging out all week long, you know, not shopping or doing anything like that. They're just parked outside their residential apartment. So then we thought of some few things, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of very smart people on the PBIA, and essentially we spent quite some time basically just chasing our tail because every solution we thought we found created a different problem. So what I will say is that at this point, taking a higher level look at it, I see two types of parking meters. There's the ones that downtown that seem to have an actual purpose. And then there's the parking meters east of McKay Street. So that would be in front of Ashes, in front of the Legion, Maple Street, and William Street. William Street and Maple Street, I think, are largely tied to the courthouse. And what I will say with very good knowledge, living there, we have a courthouse parking lot that is never filled. We pay money for a machine that people can park at, but that is, you know, the metered parking goes first. But there is public parking available behind the courthouse that you can pay to park at. So I'm less concerned about the flow of traffic because I know there's a giant parking lot that doesn't get fully used. So I'm going to have two parts to my motion. One is that we simply remove the meters east of McKay Street. Well, it's going to be that Ms. Sorial provide us with a report on removing the meters east of McKay Street. The other reason I say that is, number one, I don't think that they are money makers, and number two, they are the least efficient to get to. So I think it's once a week, one of our bylaw officers has to go out and tend to all these meters, make sure they're working, collect the coins. The least efficient part of this route is the sporadic Pembroke Street East, William, and Maple. Obviously, the ones downtown are much more condensed. That, I guess, if you will, that walk around is more lucrative. The other thing that I'm going to suggest is that we consider transferring the meters downtown to the PBIA. The one thing that I'm quite certain of in 3 budgets now is we don't make money on our parking meters. The revenues do not cover the cost of them, which leads me to then wonder why are we the ones dealing with it? And perhaps the PBIA, if they're the ones concerned about keeping traffic flowing and whatnot, then maybe they should be the ones taking care of the downtown meters. So to that end, my motion is that we receive a report from Ms. Sorial exploring the removal of parking meters east of McKay Street, and secondly, transferring downtown parking meters to the PBIA.
Is that 2 separate motions or one?
Well, I'm asking for a report. If we want it split, I mean, we can split it, but it's all in the same parking nature, and so I'm just asking for a report. So I don't know that we really need to ask for 2 separate reports.
So you're asking for a report on transferring to the PBA?
And exploring the removal of
okay.
meters east of, so it's all parking meter related.
Report, okay. Seconder? Councillor Giacono? Discussion? Councillor Purcell?
I'm just wondering if we could just add in, you know, pay stations just to look at that instead of having, you know, standalone meters at $500 each. Is there any opportunity just to look at various pay stations for various different areas, which, you know, consolidates the collection, consolidates maintenance, you know, just so we have both, you know, those various different options. So I think, you know, I go to any large municipality down in the States, no different. They have pay stations, maybe not located, you know, exactly in the parking area that you're going to, but you have to go to the pay station and punch in your plate number and that kind of stuff, right? So I think that's maybe, you know, if we're looking at modernizing and really want to benefit, then I think it's probably appropriate. You know, paid parking is an issue, has always been an issue for me because I think it's a lot of maintenance and a lot of collection, and the meters get in the way in terms of snow cleanup and, there's a whole bunch of different issues. I know as a kid, I remember working for the city of Pembroke, and my dad would hire us to go down and shovel the downtown Pembroke. Push all the snow away from the meters and stuff like that, on a snowy night. There was never ever snow downtown. And the Bombardier would come down and take out I don't know how many different meters in regards to plowing the snow at that time. So it was something I remember, but they are a nuisance too, right? So they become an eyesore, and I think the pay stations may result in better looking downtown, more convenient operations, and I think it may probably suit the city a little bit more appropriately.
Are you comfortable adding that pay station to your motion? Yeah? Sure. So we'll have Councillor Frenier speak.
Yes, so actually I mentioned to Colleen a few years ago when we were in Kingston, they have, I think that's the pay station, right? Okay, because they have those and it eliminates all those meters and it looks a lot nicer. So yeah, I'd be in favor of that. So I wanted to hear from Colleen about her thoughts about transferring the meters to downtown and see what she thinks about that. Through the chair.
Through you, I'd have to look into it a little bit more. I don't even know, like, if the PBIA would be in favor of this or not. I'm not sure. I mean, it is a part of our portfolio that we do, and it does bring us in some revenue, but there is a cost to that as well. I honestly, like, it's just premature at this point for me to say without having a report. Like, I'd like to have a little bit more time to gather my thoughts on it and provide it in writing and be able to talk to the PBIA to see what they think. They may not even want it, and then it might be just a moot point anyway. As for the pay stations, I mean, they are expensive, and you do have to put in a concrete base with electricity and all that. So to get it going, it takes a while to recoup your costs. And, we'd have to have one on every side street and a few along the Pembroke Street. But Councillor Keel is correct with the meters. Like east of McKay Street, they aren't a big money generator. They're not the ones where we get most of our revenue is from the downtown core and not those. And they require, because they're all the older ones, a lot of maintenance and, changing batteries and things like that. They don't hold their charge as well. So.
Thank you, Colleen. And does the motion say looking for a report? Could you? Yeah, okay, thank you.
So if I could speak before we vote, I sit on the PBA board. It's my second term. And I did mention it to them before, the manager, Bethia. And this was a number of months ago when we were talking about parking and all that. And at that time, there was no flavor for that, but I think it's worth a conversation. So we motion on the floor for some reports. To remove parking meters east of McKay Street, parking pay stations, and transfer to the PBA parking meters. Those in favor? Carried. Moving right along.
Okay, so to complete Ms. Soriel's section, we have to jump ahead to page 70. So that's development development fees, planning and zoning. So we are expecting similar development charges to previous years. We have exceeded the budget this year and receiving $105,000 so far this year in revenue. So that will go towards the development charge reserve. In terms of the balance of the budget, again, with staffing, we now have the full-time planner in that section. But other than just a few minor changes, so the property rent is increasing, so that's a cost recovery of City Hall costs. I guess the only other real item of note is sort of a business as usual budget, is that we do need to start thinking about the next development charges bylaw, which expires in June 2026. There are a number of legislated timelines to pass a new bylaw in the background study, so we are thinking this is something that's going to have to be started in 2025.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll move, Councillor Purcell?
Proper section, but in terms of a vacancy tax in the downtown core for businesses that remain empty for a period of time, is there any, where would we put that information? If we were to go ahead and look at a bylaw, looking at a vacancy tax for commercial property, that stays vacant over a certain period of time, just so that we can kind of maybe give a little bit of incentives to some owners to do something with the empty vacancies. I was just wondering if that's an opportunity that we could look at.
Ms. Soriot?
I think when I wrote my vacant building registry report, we talked about how we were going to deal with vacant buildings. And as part of the financial implications, the treasurer had agreed to look into the possibility of a vacancy tax. And so a report will be forthcoming. Okay.
I see now it's allowed in the municipal act, so, which is great. Okay, thank you.
We did discuss.
My recollection, and maybe it's not as good as what I thought, but was that it was just about getting a listing in terms of vacant properties, but not really kind of coming up with a fee structure in terms of what the vacancy tax would look like. So maybe I was mistaken.
So our vacant tax bylaw right now has been approved. It's been approved by the province. And December 17th, a bylaw will be coming to, for user fees to have an annual and a monthly fee if a building remains vacant. And then we will try and work with those owners. But in regards to the vacancy tax, that would be through the Treasury Department, and a report will be forthcoming in regards to that. So there'll be that's a part 2 to this part.
I guess, do we anticipate any revenues for 2025 as a result of the vacancy tax?
So through the chair, we would have to work out administratively how to manage it. And we would need to, obviously bring a report to council. So I would anticipate that would be a 2026, because we are starting to levy some pretty significant fees on the community if your bylaw passes. So this would be in addition to that. I would think in 2026, just to make sure we have enough time to figure out, talk to other municipalities about how they administer it, get some best practices and make sure we have a good process going before we go down that path. But I will say that the city of Ottawa has increased their vacancy tax by quite a bit, I think in this past budget. So
Councillor Friendly, then Councillor Keel.
I just wanted to clarify, I know we had that discussion at this table not long ago, but yes, there are going to be certain fees that will cover staff, inspections and different things. So you might not have been here for that, but we did talk about it. Thank you.
Keel?
Just also to clarify the difference between our administrative fee in the vacancy bylaw that's coming before us and the optional tax under the Municipal Act, which I will say is an optional tax on vacant residential units. So I know you mentioned the commercial units, so just pointing that one out. But they are two separate regimes, of course, our administrative bylaw and the tax under the Municipal Act.
Thank you. So now we have the transit budget draft.
before I hand things over to Marcia to go over the roads budget, I will touch base on the transit budget. So that's on page 48 and 49 of the package. So as I mentioned, the city is in receipt of some bids. So we are in the evaluation phase. We will be bringing forward a vendor recommendation to council on January 21st. So I have presented a draft budget, I guess for discussion purposes at this point, just because we are expecting a levy increase from the launch of this new service if it's approved by council. I have not yet heard back from FCM. we did not come back from peer review in time to make the November FCM board meetings. So I've been told that it will be going in January. So we should hear, I think, by the end of January, whether or not we'll be successful in that grant, and that would cover 50% of costs up to $500,000. So I have estimated that amount and placed it in the budget on line 11. However, if we don't receive that funding, we do have sufficient money in reserve that we can just sub out that money and replace it with reserve funding instead. I have included the ZEVIP funding for chargers just in the general budget. Initially, left turn, right turn estimates our ridership to be in the line of 1,200 to 1,700 riders per month. So we'll see how that transpires in the fall. Currently, the plan would be to do a soft launch in the summer and then a full-scale launch in time with Algonquin College return to school in September. And the summer launch would allow us time just to iron out whatever bugs and make sure that the system's running smoothly so that when the college starts, we're starting off on a strong foot with that. If we are going to enter the transit world, we should be a part of the transit. There's a Transit Association of Ontario. And we do expect, because this is a launch of a new service, certainly looking at some of the comments on social media and whatnot, like not a lot of people necessarily understand how on-demand transit works. So I think we'll have to do a lot of marketing upfront and open houses and that kind of thing, just to educate the public on how to use the service. So we would plan on doing that throughout. Like once a new vendor is hired, the next stage of the project is to start organizing, what that's going to look like, doing an advertising campaign, having a mail out with one of our taxes, doing some radio and social media advertising. So the advertising for this year would be certainly heavier than in future years, just once we get the base started. And then I could see us, perhaps having to attend orientation at the college for new students and things like that. But I wouldn't anticipate we'd have the same level of advertising and administration costs related to that in future years. The line item on line 39 is an estimate for now in terms of how much the transit supplier would cost, and we'll be updating that number when we present the RFP. I'll provide a new updated budget with the final numbers at that time, but at least you have an estimate for now to understand the potential levy increase for the 2025 budget. I did talk to our insurance company who was on site yesterday, and provided we word the contract properly, we don't anticipate our insurance costs going up, so that's something that could be eliminated from the budget. So when I re-present the budget with the RFP, I will take that $5,000 out of it. That's in there right now. And I guess the other item of note is we do anticipate some one-time legal costs to review the contract document that we would have with the transit provider, as well as any type of land use agreements we would have to have for liability purposes, with having destination stops on different properties that the city doesn't own. So with that, I'll open the floor to questions.
Questions, Councillor Frenny, then Purcell.
Transit supplier, would that be the vehicles as well in that? Oh, okay, because I'm looking for vehicles and I'm seeing the only number that makes sense is that 362. Is that electric or fuel? Sorry, through the chair.
So through the chair, so that's, to me, that's the is a gas-powered vehicle. If we do receive the FCM grant, the condition is going to be we're going to move to an electric fleet. So as part of the 26 budget, in 25 we would install the chargers and look to source some buses, and the city would provide the buses to the supplier essentially. So it would flip in the second year once we had a timeline on when we can receive the transit vehicles. I will say that there is a new transit related funding that's available through the province, which would, if we were to move to a permanent service, allow us to buy and fund if our grant application was approved. Transit, as well as help offset the cost of services. Obviously, this is a new expense to the municipality, and this funding is intended to try to fill gaps in public transit across Ontario. And I feel like we would meet the criteria of that grant pretty well, being a commercial hub in an area that doesn't have public transportation. So I feel like we would have a strong case to submit an application. So we're just waiting to see until the RFP closes, and then we'll get some better information and take it from there.
Thank you.
Councillor Purcell?
Thanks, Chair. Through you, Chair, in terms of the depletion, if we weren't successful in terms of the FCM, the 50% of the project costs, the 500,000, so we would take the dollars from the transit reserve. What would that leave us in terms of that reserve? And do we need to consider, like we did with the kind of like the rate, what would we call it? What would you end up calling that one in terms of the stabilization reserve? Should we add dollars in that stabilization reserve just to ensure that we don't end up with another 2% hit? I'm just looking for your advice on that one.
So certainly, like, I don't think it would be wise to totally deplete the transit reserve in 2025. I believe there's maybe 450. I'm trying to find the number here. Yeah, so we have $448,000 in reserve right now. I wouldn't want to see us take it to zero in 2025, just because even in 2026, demand is going to be uncertain, and we may need to increase the amount of hours that's available. So as part of the RFP, we've committed to offering a certain amount of hours, but if, demand comes in higher than what's on offer, to keep the population happy, we may need to increase those hours. So I would say I wouldn't want to deplete the transit reserve. It's difficult to say exactly how much is appropriate. That's why we have a contingency in every budget. But I think when we come, if it is approved and we have, 4 or 5 months under our belt heading into the 2026 budget, I think we'll be in a better position to see how we're tracking, what the interest is, how well the college students are uptaking it, and have a better idea of where to move forward from there. And I would think that, as we have in past budgets, if we do have any surplus funding, that perhaps we should be, because we've been slowly adding, perhaps we could continue to top it up a little more in the meantime, just to make sure, we have a bit of cushion there, so that if this service does really take off, that we're ready for it and we have the funding to keep it a success and not have everybody complaining at us because we don't have enough hours.
Thank you. So I would move that we put a 1% levy dollar amount, which is $250,000, into the levy stabilization reserve fund. Again, just to have some additional dollars that are available. And I don't want to put it into the reserve. I'd rather do it that way because it's still a levy. And then only that, if we're looking at dollars, in future conversations in regards to, P3, those kinds of things, that could be used for those types of purposes as well, right? So it's still a levy stabilization. So I would suggest that we put 1% into a levy stabilization reserve fund to support those projects.
Do we have a seconder for the 1% levy for transit and other programs?
Well, because it's a general levy stabilization, it could be used for any types of programs, right? It could be used for P3, it could be used for transit, it could be used for anything that would impact in terms of levy increases moving forward.
Seconder? Councillor Giacono? Discussion? Councillor Frenier?
Right now, before we touched anything in the budget, it was a 10.9% increase. We're still pretty early in it. We haven't gone through capital or anything, so I'm a little reluctant to add a 1% on top of that. I mean, we could remove it later, if that's what council wants. I want to see what this is when the dust settles, because I think we may be up anyway, so.
Councillor Keel, then Councillor Giacono.
I guess I'm fully sharing in Councillor Lafreniere's costs. I mean, I don't know that we've really put it. My understanding was we were kind of all coming in today hoping to get it down from 10, and I don't think we've put in so much as a dent at this point. I think the biggest thing we've gotten rid of so far was 100, and then we turned around and put the 100 back into the levy stabilization fund. So, I mean, I might, tomorrow's another day, but I guess I'm just worried today that we're still sitting at 10-ish, if not now 11-ish, if we agree to this. And once we get into capital, yes, those are the big items, but those are also the things we know from our asset management plan that we're behind on. So, are we going to walk in tomorrow and start cutting Mr. Lewis's roads budget and sidewalks and all this other stuff, which we already know, and I think last year we agreed is already behind. So I guess I'm wondering. I mean, we're going to have better transit numbers in January, so I'm just wondering if we need to do this today, and if this is not something that we could do on the January budget day at the end of the process, because I think, and I'm sort of kind of looking to Councillor Purcell. I think this is a higher level motion, looking at our overall budget. So my only question is, do we need to do it today? But I will say, in terms of both Councillor Purcell and the Treasurer, I'm loving this levy stabilization concept. I'm just wondering if we're early in the process. That's my only.
And Councillor Giacono, and then Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just thought while we're on the topic, let's move forward. We got the Algonquin College student, there waiting. We've got lots of seniors. Takes an hour and some to get a cab. Obviously, there's a need. We can always revamp and throw it out. But while we're on the topic, I would say we should proceed right now.
Mayor Gervais, speak. Then Councillor Purcell.
Can I just clarify?
Yeah,
Just
okay,
because
go
I think
ahead.
It might.
Point of information, yeah.
Just a point of information, because it's already in the proposed budget. It's just that I'm expanding it from multiplex, just putting it into a different, a different reserve. So it's under multiplex. So it's got a 1% here. So what I would just say, instead of identifying it just as multiplex, could we just identify it as stabilization? So it's already in the sheet. So we could use it for multiplex, or we could use it for transit. We could use it for whatever we want. So just wanted to clarify that. It's already part of the calculations in terms of the original calculations. So it's not adding.
Well, thank you. Thanks for clarifying. That's good. Mayor Gervais?
Not necessarily about the discussion that everyone's having about the, about stabilization. I wanted to ask a question about the particular budget, so I don't know if you want to call a question on that, and then I can come to my question, or when you want to deal with that.
Okay, motion on the floor to add a 1% levy stabilization fund for transit and/or P3 or other items. Those, CAO?
Okay, I just want to clarify. So is it adding 1%, or is it just changing where the fund is going, that 1%? I thought the motion from Councillor Purcell is that he's just changing the name of it. Instead of the multiplex, that it will be go to the levy stabilization fund.
Can you clarify that?
So as everybody grabs their sheet, right at the bottom, on line 75, it says multiplex under the department name, and it's got an increase of $250,000 as a 1% levy increase. All I'm saying is, instead of just using for multiplex, that we could put it to the levy stabilization reserve fund, and that would just, it's the same thing. It's just that it's renaming it so we could use it for different purposes other than just the multiplex. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Councillor Frenier, then we'll.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's totally different than what I heard the first time. This is not an increase. This is already included in our budget presentation. We're just changing the title. So we aren't going to be adding a percent.
Right.
We're just modifying where it's, what it's called. Okay, that's good.
Councillor Keel?
Thank you.
Then we'll call the question.
I think this actually gets worse then. So I get what Councillor Purcell is trying to do. The only problem is, I mean, we're basically saying that we're just creating a slush fund without actual planning purpose. And at the end of the day, I mean, here's what I'll say. Obviously, we're in the very early stages of talking about a new sportsplex, as Councillor Lafreniere pushes desserts over to me. I guess that was a hint. I should spend more time in a sportsplex. I get that we're very early in the sportsplex proceeding, but we know we're going to need money to build a multi-tens of $1 million building. Even if we take that out of the picture, we know we need 15 million for the PACC and the PMC, and we're now talking about wanting transit. So I guess my only concern is if we're saying, well, we're creating the slush fund and we'll pull from it, we might need both. It might not be that we need to choose transit over a sportsplex or choose a sportsplex over transit. So my bigger concern now is that we're actually potentially damaging both options, or we're setting ourselves up to have to take an either or approach. And I'm kind of coming into this budget meeting trying to, in fact, do both things. And I want to make sure that we can do both things. So I guess I'm a little nervous if we're saying that we're now opening up this 1%, which, you know, I was hoping would be for the multiplex. And I will say this, I believe Laurentian Valley in their most recent budget, not necessarily for the multiplex, but they did commit 1% certainly for recreation capital. So I was hoping that we would match them. This, to me, is watering down that to say we might also use it for transit. I agree with Councillor Purcell. I am also concerned that next year, I mean, last year we didn't expect the pool. This year we didn't expect the OPP. Who knows what could come at us next year? So I'm not discounting at all Councillor Purcell's concern about trying to stabilize next year. I don't know that I want to give up on this dedicated levy for the multiplex. That's my concern.
Pleasure.
So I guess the main difference between putting it into the aquatic center / multiplex is just the use of funds, right? Because the multiplex funding is there. It's kind of twofold, because it's there to slowly prepare for some kind of annual payment we're going to have to make to either a loan or a third-party provider or something, which I would anticipate would be likely to exceed $1 million a year. Or, but in the meantime, we're putting it into an account where, as we spend on studies and design and everything, we're drawing to pay for the capital project, or to pay for analyzing the options. So if we put it into the stabilization fund, then that's for a different purpose. That's just trying to manage the bottom line of our levy.
Slash transit, right? Slash multiplex, slash transit, whatever the need requires the priority.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
That's fine. The motion again, please, and we'll vote on it. Councillor Purcell.
To rename the multiplex proposed 1% levy increase to a levy stabilization reserve fund. Just rename it.
Okay, motion on the floor. Call the question. Those in favor? 4. Those opposed? 2. Motion carried. Councillor, or Mayor Gervais.
So a question about line 15. So it says salaries, and in 2024, staff tracked, I guess, actual time spent leading up to where we are now with the transit at 4,322. And I guess what my question is, in one of the reports, and I'd have to look back, but in one of the reports, it says that there's going to be some staff that's going to oversee this project. I would think 2025 more than any other year to see it going. So I'm just wondering, why is there no monies being budgeted to allocate and show a true number when it comes to transit, especially when you're applying for grants, as to what it's going to take ops or whatever department is going to be overseeing it?
So through the chair. So currently I'm the champion for the project and the project lead. So with the FCM grant, if we do receive it, some of staff time can be recovered through the grant. So starting in the summer, I have started to track my time in terms of an actual cost. So every hour I spend, be it at meetings, like a lot of it's, some of it certainly is like my own personal time because I don't get overtime. But I'm a big believer in public transit and in the community, and I want to do my part to try to see it to move the file forward. So I have been tracking my time. I mean, I could split my time next year, but it is thought that after next year it will be more maintaining the contract, perhaps meeting with the contractor once a month or that kind of thing. So I haven't actually split my time. So it's myself and one of my admin staff. We have been supporting the project. And I would imagine that will continue into 2025 with the support of left turn, right turn as well. It's just be difficult to estimate because my cost is a fixed cost, so.
Gervais.
Just to follow up, so whenever the report comes forward, it's just that I know when transit was first on the scene, it was 1.5, then it went to 2.5 and it was up and then it's down. So I'm taking it whenever the tenders, well, it's closed, but whenever it's evaluated, the RFP is evaluated and there's a report that comes to council, I'm presuming, or at least I'll be asking at that time, what is the true cost of what this costs? Because I don't think it's 0.87, because what I'm being told is that there's staff being spent, time spent on it, which is Madam Treasurer's time, but I've always been told that there's going to be someone giving oversight, because I know from the Waste Recovery Center, and Councillor Plummer isn't here, but the Waste Recovery Center, I know that there's still calls that come to ops, because I end up fielding some of them, but anyways, but it goes to ops, and then ops says, no, you need to call the Waste Recovery. So I highly expect that there will be those as well. There will be calls coming to the city of Pembroke, and you can do your best in terms of communications, trying to push out who they should call, don't call us, that sort of thing. But City Hall's going to get calls in terms of it didn't come on time, or I don't know, it didn't get picked up where I wanted to, or whatever. Anyways, I'm just throwing that out there. I'm trying to see a realistic number, but maybe it's not in the context of the budget. Maybe it's in the context of when that RFP comes forward to council in January.
Treasurer?
So part of the contract is to provide customer service for the service. So the intention is not for this, like, to not have rides booked through any city staff. I certainly appreciate that there will be calls regardless, because even in federal elections, we still get calls about where to vote. And like, I certainly imagine, we will see call volume increases for that. I would just, myself, I'm not comfortable saying, we require support of X at this point in time. I think this is something that, we're going to go through it. We're going to see what we need. And at that point, reevaluate. Certainly, I mean, every day is different answering the phones, and we do have some capacity for that. It's just, at what level. And certainly if we have a good contractor on hand that does their job very well, then it'd be an easy contract to manage. If we don't choose wisely, it could be something different. So it's really something that's hard to predict at this time. But certainly there's always the risk that we may need more staff, later on. But to come out the gate and say, we need another part-time person or something, like, I think we'd have to, we have to experience it. I mean, it's a pilot project for a reason, before we kind of make that kind of proclamation.
Thank you. I just want, if I can comment from the chair, I have a question, then a comment. If all the stars line up and we get the funding from the Green Municipal Fund, the buses, the criteria for the electric buses, many buses, they can be leased, correct? The funding will pay for the lease payment?
So through the chair, so yes, to the chair. It will cover the lease payments. It won't cover capital funding, but there is another program through the province that we could apply to get 50% funding if we were in a position to buy the
Right.
vehicles at a certain point.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a comment. This is a carryover from the previous council. It was in a strategic plan, and I've had the pleasure of working on it, for over 5 years, and it's been a long haul. And I hope all the numbers line up, and that when it goes to the tender, if it's affordable. But I just want to thank Madam Treasurer and her staff for all the work they've done on this project. And we've met different times, Councillor Giacono and I with her as the Finance Committee and the Mayor. And I know you've put in a lot of extra hours for it. And it's one of my passions too. And hopefully it'll come to fruition. But I just want to publicly thank you for all the hard work and expertise that you've spent with the consultant and with your staff and the reports, because it's been a long haul. And it is a big project, a 3-year pilot. And I'll close it at that. And we have 7 minutes to go forward.
Okay, so it's Ms. Hawthorne's turn to go over maybe waste management.
Okay, it's up to you because we only have a couple minutes, so I didn't know. Okay, just give me a moment there and I'll grab that one. I had the roads one out.
So waste management starts on page 46 of the package.
Okay, so just to touch a few highlights on the waste management budget. So the budget will include an increase in service to organic cart collection to every week for September, which is presently only every week in June, July, and August. And the biosolids have been removed from the waste management budget and included in the PCC as sewage treatment is the sewer plant's responsibility for the waste and should be paying to dispose of the same. So what we'll do is we'll just look at the line items. So the first one is we do have basically an increase in the miscellaneous revenues for the container sales. Online, so I'm gonna get my ruler here, on line 11 for the host municipality fee. That is based on a per capita royalty fee from TLV. So there's an increase there. And then the surplus will be moved to the reserves. And line 15, we're going to be ordering more green bins, and we'll need some blue bins as well. It would just be for the transition. This will just be to finish up the transition before March 2025. The next one is the revenue for the garbage collection revenue. It's going up a little bit. We have line 26. We have increased the advertising, an increase of 5,000, and that's just for kind of city led education, non-eligible sources such as leaf and yard, changes in acceptable material, etc. And then this is the labor has gone down, and that's just for the green cart delivery of staff's time. It's kind of more in line with the 2024 actuals. So the next area is the waste management salaries. So there's really nothing there that really stands out. For the next page, the garbage collection, so line 46. So we do have an increase there, and that's based on a month-to-date use plus the 2.5% CPI. And this is for the 2 additional green bin pickup dates, as we stated earlier, in September 2025. The contracts, again, is what we spoke about, is the biosolids. Now, this one is being moved, and it will be over in the PCC portion of the budget. And then line item 48, we have an increase in the collection costs, and this is for the bulk items. And I guess, that's it. So that will be an increase of a 0%.
Nice.
Which is nice.
I like those.
That's a great one to start with.
Well, that's good news. Do we have any questions or comments? No? Thank you. Madam Treasurer, a few minutes?
Sure. So I guess I'm thinking it's we don't have enough time to start because we have 2 sections left. We have the roads budget and the recreation budget. So tomorrow we'll start with those 2 budgets. We'll see if there's any further questions that maybe people have thought about overnight, and then we will go over the capital budget tomorrow. 9 o'clock.
Okay, well, we want to thank staff and counselors for today. Excuse me, for today. We'll resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Jacquino, Councillor Purcell, those in favor? Carried. We are adjourned.